I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. News update.
Good afternoon. Here is the business news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Queen Chima. The federal government has commenced the construction of 250 units of two-bedroom bungalows for federal civil servants under the Renewed Hope Civil Service Estate in Gwagwalada, Abuja. The Minister of Housing and Urban Development, Mutak Derma, said the project was part of the federal government's broader housing intervention across the 36 states of the Federation. Speaking at the groundbreaking ceremony yesterday in Abuja, Derma said the civil service estate was designed to provide affordable housing for civil servants while improving efficiency within the public service. The minister charged contractors, supervisors and consultants involved in the project to ensure quality construction and durability. He also assured Nigerians that the ministry would deliver on the housing mandate of President Bola Tinubu's administration, stressing that the government would not only make promises but would ensure their implementation. The federal government has said that the Dangote Petroleum Refinery would not have been able to commence operations under the petrol subsidy regime, arguing that the removal of the subsidy was necessary to create a viable market for private refining investment. The Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Taiwo Oyedele, disclosed this on yesterday in Abuja while presenting the government's Nigeria's reform scorecard, the benefits, costs and harms prevented. Oyedele said the removal of the petrol subsidy and the unification of the foreign exchange market had come with high costs for Nigerians, but argued that the reforms had also prevented a much worse economic crisis and created the conditions for investment, such as the Dangote refinery, to operate. He specifically linked the survival of the Dangote refinery to the removal of the subsidy, saying the plants could not have been commercially viable if petrol had remained at the heavily subsidized price of less than 200 naira per litre. Petroleum marketers have thrown their weight behind President Bola Tinubu's determination to revive the nation's moribund refineries, rejecting former President Olusegun Obasanjo's position that the facilities will never work again. The Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria and Petroleum Product Retail Outlet Owners Association of Nigeria supported Tinubu's position that the refineries would work again. The national president of the Petroleum Product Retail Outlet Owners Association of Nigeria, Billy Gillies Harry, said he believed Tinubu would succeed in restoring the refineries, arguing that Nigeria should not abandon strategic national assets because previous rehabilitation efforts failed. The marketer's position comes amid a renewed debate over the future of the Port Harcourt, Warri and Kaduna refineries following Tinubu's recent declaration that the facilities would return to operation and would be made profitable. The Nigerian Institute of Management is seeking a stronger role in shaping Nigeria's economic and institutional development as management experts called for better governance, capacity building, technology adoption and sustainable use of resources. The call was made on Wednesday in Lagos at the Institute's 65th anniversary colloquium, where speakers examine how sound management practices could help businesses and public institutions improve performance and contribute to sustainable economic growth. The colloquium, held at the Chris Abebe Auditorium, Management House, Victoria Island, was themed the role of sound management practices in driving sustainable economic growth, institutional excellence and national transformation. Delivering the keynote address, former chairman of Udua Investment Company Limited and managing director of Blackcord Asset Management Limited, Otumba Ashiru, said Nigeria's challenge was not a shortage of intelligent or talented people, but the ability to organize its people, institutions and resources to convert talent into results consistently. According to him, 4 areas could make a significant difference to economic growth, institutional excellence and national transformation, which are corporate governance, capacity building, sustainability and technology and optimization. On the foreign scene, President Donald Trump said the U.S. will launch what he called the most crushing economic operation ever taken against any country against Iran, threatening severe financial penalties on any nation that helps Tehran evade sanctions. In a Truth Social post, Trump said that this will be economic warfare and isolation on an unprecedented scale. He said any country whose financial institutions, businesses, airports, or government entities after Iran a lifeline will face what he described as tremendous economic consequences of their own. The president named oil smuggling, currency swap lines, cash transfers, exchange houses, ship registries, and funds companies as channels he wants shut down immediately, stressing that Iran would never be permitted to acquire a nuclear weapon. And that was the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Thank you so much for listening. I am Queen Chima. Good afternoon.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Today FM 95.1 Port Harcourt. Voice of the people. Voice of the people. Yeah. Rise and shine, it's a brand new day. Today's the station leading the way. Breaking news, sports and talk, keeping every heartbeat on the clock. From Port Harcourt to the world we go, sharing every story you should know. Your voice, your people, your destination. We're not just a station. Today FM 95.1. The voice of the people. Talk all day, keeping rivers on the way. Not just a station, we are the station. Today FM, the pride of the nation. Across rivers, Bayelsa, Abiatu, Akwa Ibom, cross river, we're reaching you. Around the world, we're live online. Every moment, every time. Alberta, your business, make it grow. Millions are listening, let them know. Visit us at Today FM Drive off East West Road, Port Harcourt. Listen, live at your Call us on 24. Anyone left to your line to your wife. Tweet come, admin at never mind. Today FM 95.1. The voice that keeps this city strong. News, sports, talk every day. Lighting up your every way. Not just the station. We are the station. Today FM 95.1.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Good afternoon, esteemed listener. Thank you so much for staying tuned to Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. It's 10 minutes past 1, Thursday, August 20, 2026. Thank you for staying. And welcome to Body District. My name is Queen Chima. So, on Body District today, it's not going to be the usual topics or conversation that you're used to. You know, we usually have health professionals who would come talk about a particular challenge in the health, a particular disease or an ailment, call it sickness or a health concern. So we'd have a professional come talk about it, educate you, enlighten you on what to do, what not to do. Sometimes you just go back mostly aware of that, and you play your role in ensuring that you stay safe. So, but our conversation today is going to have a different angle. but it's still body district, but it's going to have a different, very much different angle. I'd want you to be part of this because every day that you engage with doctors. Now, when you engage with health professionals, not necessarily going to the hospital, maybe you have a doctor in your house as a husband or wife, a sister, a brother, mother, father, uncle, aunt, cousin, just whoever, neighbor, right, as a doctor. And then you look at the person and ask questions around their profession. Oh, why do you come back this late? What's being a doctor like? And this is what makes us really understand ourselves as Nigerians, and first as human beings, and then maybe as Nigerians, because as human beings, because we owe ourselves responsibilities. If I'm here talking behind the radio, that's because I owe you information. Yes, because I'm paid to do that. So I owe you that. I come here to do that. If a doctor owes you care because he's paid somewhat to do that. However, we can extend help more than just this person owes me this, to understanding what the framework or the work or the activity or the job of that person is. That's a lot of empathy, and it's important for survival. Then as Nigerians, because we live in a country where we have a government, we have the people, we have the location, the geographical space, we have structures, and the health sector is one of those structures that we talk about a lot of times. So we say in this area it's failing, in this other area maybe the government is trying or not, we can do better. And overall, people would say we haven't done our best in the health sector, especially with what we're experiencing these days. Now, imagine working through the night, seeing patient after patient, handling emergencies, making decisions that could determine whether someone lives or dies, and then being expected to come back and do it again. For many Nigerian doctors, long shifts, night calls, staff shortages, and limited resources are part of everyday working life. But why we worry about the patient who needs care, who is caring for the doctor? What does this workload do to the doctor's physical and mental health? What happens to family life when work constantly takes priority? And perhaps most importantly, can an exhausted doctor provide the best possible care to a patient? Well, today on Body District, we're looking beyond the white coat to the person wearing it. Long hours, little rest, and Nigerian doctors doing too much? And so this brought about certain questions that we put out on our social media platforms. Is there on Facebook? You can check Today95.1fm. If you follow us on Facebook, you can drop your comments there. On X is at TodayFM951. You can drop your thoughts here. And I asked the big question, or two big questions. Who is caring for the doctor? And I also asked, do you think the Nigerian doctors are overworked? And does the workload affect the quality of healthcare you receive? Now, think about the second question and paint a picture of you visiting the hospital and the experience that you had or experiences that you have had. Of course, I'm not a doctor. I don't work in a hospital. I'm here talking to you. I've been to one about 3 months ago, and I was not particularly impressed. Impressed can be one word. Excited can be the other. I was not excited. It was a very quiet and sober reflection and mood for me. I was looking at what's happening around and questioning a lot of things about the system. Remember, I talked about structure initially, the system, and then the country. But then I have a doctor here. This conversation is going to be, well, not mentioning names, but just a doctor who's also lived an experience and also who's worked, talking about what's happening, and maybe we can just put out there what can be done and also understand truly what it means to be a doctor or a health service provider. I have joined me on Body District, Principal Heavendos. Principal Heavendos, it's good to have you join me on the show.
It's good to be here, Queen.
Yes.
A long time.
Long time. It's been a while. How is doctor life treating you?
I'll say it's a wonderful experience, and it's worth it despite everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can hear it from my voice that it's worth it too.
Yeah, I can. I think your voice is making a lot of sense.
Yeah.
And I said to someone, I can't remember when. It's been a while. And I like doctors a lot.
Yeah.
Yes, I do. I like doctors. I like teachers.
Yeah.
I like the passion that a lot of you put into the work.
Yeah.
And it's a lot to save lives.
A whole
To
lot.
be in the position where you have to whatever decision you make can save or
It can
destroy,
make or mar.
make or mar.
Yeah.
Right. It's a lot. So let's begin this way. I was thinking about the population of the country. You sent me something, statistics. I'm sure you maybe just go through that.
Yeah.
And we don't even know how many million we are. We just know we're above 200 million. We don't know if we hit 250 or even 220 or so. And I was thinking about the number of doctors to attend to a teeming population as ours in the country. And I was wondering, this is a very relevant conversation. And because of, it's just like when you see a police officer standing on the road, his life is in danger.
Of course.
We've heard sad stories of how police officers were shot in the line of duty. When Ebola broke, some doctors contracted Ebola because they were in their line of duty. Some doctors have been in a position of scary health issues because they were in the line of duty. Yes, every job has its downsides, but it's for doctors, it's like you're just right there in the heat. So I'd like to understand what a doctor's workday actually look like.
Okay, so it's beautiful because I like how people are starting to show concern, and for you to truly understand what your neighbor is going through, you have to put yourself in the picture. So I remember the first time I volunteered to follow some of my senior mentors to the hospital, right? And I saw how the different specialties were. So you can be either, okay, let's say you're a surgeon or you're a physician. Right, so surgeon, maybe you could be a surgeon, or you're an ONG, and then both of them go to theater, right? Then the physicians, let me say the pediatricians, and then the those of the internal medicine specialty, the cardiologists, the gastroenterologists. So these two parts have different workday life.
Okay.
Then those that decided not to enter any specialty, so those are like the general practitioners, the medical officers, they have a different workday life.
Okay.
So if you want to understand the doctor's work life, you have to understand that there are different types of doctors for different areas of the body. I'll give you an example. So a neurosurgeon, like someone who's doing a surgery on the brain and the spine, he's every needle, right from the beginning of the surgery, every needle counts. So there are certain times that you'll be in a theater with him, and then he'll say, okay, maybe there isn't so much enough hands, and then he says, okay, I want you to hold this needle for me. Hold it carefully. If your hand shakes, this person can be paralyzed. It's that serious. And then that surgery can go on for 6 hours. You understand? Some of them go on for long hours, right? So if you picture the life of a surgeon, then you can understand that some people might have so many emergency surgeries, right? If you're an ONG, you can have like back-to-back cesarean sections, and then each can be like roughly an hour, so you can have like 6 in a night shift, right? So let me say you can be awake for about 8 to 10 hours in the night.
One doctor, 6 surgeries.
Of course, it depends on how rough your call is. Depends on how many people are. Depends on where your hospital is kind of located. But if let's leave the those who enter the theater, and then let's come to the physicians, right? So if you're a physician, your work usually starts by 8, right? So you'd obviously not wake up by 8. You wake up, let me say 6 or 5. You get to read a few things, and then you come to work. And if you are a very, very good specialist, in a day you could attend to 50 people, right? So attending to 50 people means that if it's a new patient, you have to spend like 40 minutes to an hour with that patient, getting to find out exactly what is going on. You have to take a very, very good history for a physician, right? So if you do that for a day, you wake up by 8, your clinic starts by 9, your clinic might end up finishing by 3 or 4.
Okay.
If you are on call that day, you're not going home, call starts by 4, you go to the emergency, and then you can have like, let me say, another, should I say, 6 people who are, so an emergency case is like a case that you should be attended to in like 30 minutes, right? So you have emergencies coming in and going out. Then if, depending on your cadre in the profession, if you're a house officer and you're on call, so you've done all these things, you've woken up before 8, you've attended clinic till 4. So you would now take permission, go to the ward and give about 20 or 25 people their night medication. Mind you, you're giving about that 6 p.m. drug to 25 people. So that means that obviously everybody's not going to get 6 p.m. drug by 6 p.m.
Yeah.
But people might get 6 p.m. drug by 9 p.m. because you're going around one by one.
Whoa.
And you're not sitting, you're standing, you're walking around the ward one by one. And if any emergency happens in that ward, you have to suspend your drug giving session, go and attend to that emergency. Let me say, oh, nurse calls you, doctor, oh, so person's sugar is, HI. You leave it, go and titrate your insulin. You make sure you monitor the insulin before, then you now, have to check the random again and all of that. Then you come back. If you are in a difficult situation in that ward, everybody's waiting for you for their 6 p.m. drug,
Yeah.
and you're in a difficult situation in that ward, you have to be there because the nurses would be there shouting doctor. Patients are shouting doctor, nurses are shouting doctor, relatives are shouting doctor, and you don't want to be in a situation where relatives think you're not attending to their sick relative.
Yeah.
And the person is gasping. There's a time I've turned into an oxygen repair because the oxygen tripped up.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, me and the son, what are we going to do? So the oxygen concentrator, the woman was, it was still not getting her saturation up. That's how we started looking for the right oxygen spots. We tested all of them, tried to screw, calling your oxygen people have not come. It's just the doctor.
Yeah.
That's there. So if you look at all these things, right, you understand that different types of doctors go to different sacrifices for their patients.
And someone listening to you says, it's your job, right? When it's your job, so we expect that is what you should do. And maybe a doctor raises his or her eyebrow, like, yes, it's my job. But it can be too much. When does it really get too much?
Well, exactly. When that statement comes, I try to remind relatives because I'll tell them, you see these nurses here, I've worked with about 6 nurses just from yesterday to today.
Yeah.
Because nurses do 8-hour shift. So that's 2 8 hours. The next 2 will come, the next 2 will come. Then the next day nurses will still find me there.
Okay.
And I'll still work with the shift. If I was on call, I'll still work with the full shift of nurses.
Because
So
a doctor has to be there.
a doctor is there, you must be there. Right. So even if you're not in the ward, you're one call away from running to whatever is happening in the hospital. So can it get too much? Yes, it is, because if you have a busy call,
Yeah.
and you had a busy day, maybe say it was your clinic day, maybe it was your theater day, right? Then people had a very, very complicated surgery, and so you realize that you've barely had even 30 minutes of sleep, and that's when it starts kicking in. Because your body is not firewood. That's when you just see yourself slowing down. Every step you take is heavy. There's a time that my head was pounding, and someone they just called me that, oh, this person is not breathing again, and I have to go and give CPR. So I'm pressing somebody's chest and my head is pounding. I'm like, God. Because you've been awake, like you're always, any small thing, doctor.
Yeah.
So it's a lot, and it can be too much, especially for the health of the doctor. And if you're young, they'll be like, you're just coming now. So everything, you should be agile, everything that needs strength is mostly for the younger ones, right? Even if, the younger ones are not so experienced, but when it comes to strength, the younger ones have it.
Obviously.
So you're the first on call. You're always there, and it's really a lot.
So for this a lot, do we have an ideal situation in the country at the moment?
Well, I'll say that almost all doctors are going through this fatigue. They're going through this burnout, and this a lot.
Okay.
Right? And if you look at that statistic, you find out that the whole country of more than 200 million people, you're being managed by less than 50,000 doctors. Right? And if you're in tertiary hospitals, public hospitals, right, you understand that people would want to come there because the majority of the population isn't so financially stable.
Okay.
So the people you find in the public hospitals, in the tertiary institutions, right, are also attending to people privately.
Okay.
Right? So it's a whole lot. And that's why when they say, oh, it's your job, they don't realize that it's a sacrifice. That doctor you're seeing in that tertiary institution, you could just decide, okay, let me resign from this tertiary institution and, focus on my private practice, right? But if everybody does that, if everybody, japas or goes private, you find out that in a community,
Yeah.
and especially doctors who go for who go for their NYSC, they experience it a lot. You can be the only doctor in a community.
Wow.
There was a time in River State we went for one of our community medicine postings, right?
Okay.
There was no doctor before we came to the health center, and this is a place of about 5,000 people. No doctor in the entire community. So it can get wild, especially for you, because anytime, any day they call you, they want you to be on your feet, and no one really goes down to look at, is this doctor okay? But few patients do that, right? And their ability to be like, I saw you yesterday, I saw you, I've been seeing you, what's going on? Don't you have, I'm like,
Time to rest. Yeah.
like that's how the system has been.
I see that there's a benchmark of 1 doctor per 1,000, and then some of the benchmark says it frequently references 1 doctor to 600 patients. And mathematically, if you look at 200 million and then you have 50,000, I don't know what the ratio is, because we talk about the brain drain a lot in the sector. One doctor who's an online content creator also early this year was shouting. He said it's like a state of emergency, that doctors are leaving in their numbers, and when we get to a point where it gets too difficult for the Nigeria populace. So has this also contributed to the workload on doctors? Yeah,
and the fact that the reality hasn't really dawned yet on Nigerians, especially the older generation.
Okay.
So they don't understand that it is not a choice that they have to wait for them to be attended, and the line can be long. A lot of times people say, I came by 8, why are you attending to me by 3? Right? Because the other people that are meant to be here are not here. I'll give you a small picture, right? Imagine a department in a state that you expect, okay, this state is developed, right? And they have just one teaching hospital there, and the physicians in that hospital are obviously going to attend to, people come from different local government areas to the state capital that has the, teaching hospital. Believe you me, if you go to that hospital, the number of specialists you see that are physicians, right? That's the upcoming generation. So let me say the registrars, then the senior registrars, even some house officers that are posted there. Count all of them together. You might not have up to 20. And 20, I'm being so fair.
Yeah.
There are some hospitals in serious cities, in a single department, you will not have up to 10. That is house officers and registrars combined. And these are the 2 people that are always on call.
Yeah.
Like the first set of people you see if you have a medical emergency, either the house officer or the registrar. And in a state, in one department, that's let me say if that department is on call that day, house officers and registrars combined are up to 10, and they are ready for any emergency that comes in that state. So you can imagine how much pressure is and how much energy they are expelling, right? And their senior colleagues are also aware that these the junior ones are leaving in their numbers, or most of them are not even subscribing to the residency program. They're aware, but then it's almost like there's nothing that can be done. You just have to continue to be there, and because if you're not there, it means I have to come.
Yeah. Well, nobody likes to go to hospitals. I don't like to go to hospitals. I feel it has an atmosphere that's not very interesting for me to stay in. But I can quite relate to what you just said, because someone 3 months ago, one of my friends had an stomach emergency, and she was rushed to one of the hospitals here in River State, and you needed to have seen the queue, and they had to be attended to before they could go through all of those processes, and then she was given a bed and attended to. I'm like, wait, if this person was going to die, then this is how we just lose this person, because we have a healthcare that we don't know if it's functioning optimally. Because when you talk about the functionality of any system, you're looking at you're looking at welfare, you're looking at funding, you're looking at the people that make that system work. And then in this case, we're having doctors leave, and the ones who are here, we've heard cases just this year. We've heard cases of a doctor's death. We heard a family accosting a doctor. That was last month or so. So that's why we're having this conversation. But do you think that an exhausted healthcare worker become a patient safety issue?
Yes, and that's where we need to start being careful.
Okay.
Right? Because if you send a doctor who has been on his feet for more than 24 hours, someone has been on his feet for 30 hours, and you send him to go and do something, and that thing is to attend to somebody. Even if people see, the small jobs, like, they are not so serious. But if you send me to, should I say, cannulate you, right? And I have been on my feet for 30 hours, right? It's really a risky job. And if it's an emergency, whereby we need that line.
Yes.
We need that line. That line is very precious to us, right? So it's a struggle. It has happened to me, right? Where I was in the ward, I was meant to give medication to, and then there was an emergency, and I really need to set up a line. And I know I'm tired. I know my eyes are popping out, right? But I really need to find it. And it is a plumpy woman, and I must find it. So what is am I not putting that woman at risk, right? Because her life is dependent on my ability to manage that stress and cannulate her and start up my fluids immediately, right? Or start up my treatment immediately. So me that has been awake, cannulating people for 30 hours now is your turn, and I'm tired. Do you understand? I can't even tell her relatives I'm tired.
Yeah.
So you can see the risk. And then what about the risk to the doctor? What if that patient is infected? And I've experienced something where I'm meant to, take a sample from somebody, and then I've been awake for a long time, and I prick myself after pricking the person. Right. So what if that person is?
These are realities.
Also, what if that person has something? Right. And then I have to pay for the testing, right? Because I have to now, take the person's sample and go and cross match and check whether maybe the person is okay or not. So still me that will pay. And it was still in the time when, doctors were protesting that they are not paid salaries, right?
Yeah.
So you can see the risk it is putting the doctor on. Mind you, there are surgeons that have collapsed in the theater.
Yeah.
You're performing a surgery and you collapse, right? What if you're the only person? Because believe me, in what the reality is in Nigeria, there are some surgeries that is only one person in this state that can do it. And if that person collapses in that theater, who will complete the surgery?
Wow.
So you can understand the the seriousness, right, of that. That's why you have to take your health as a doctor. You know that it's not just your health. It's a whole lot of people dependent on your health,
on your survival.
Yes.
Doctor, you have to survive. Because your survival is dependent on our survival.
You have to be okay.
Sort of.
You just have to find a way to be okay.
Which is not absolutely fair. But I want to pick from your brain, right? Because we'll talk about the shortage and the burden on those who are remaining. Sometime this year, the president was telling medical professionals and telling people not to leave, and it raised an uproar. People were saying not to leave to where? What are the how enabling is the environment for people to listen to this and stay? How much are doctors earning compared to the countries that they are going to? What's the work? Because someone who's a nurse telling me I have to take more shifts, so it's a thing of choice. Says I have to take more shifts because I want to raise money for so this. So it's you're doing this because you know you want to you have a target. But here it's like you almost don't have a choice. The choice could be do it or don't or not do it.
I've had a lot of times where they'll tell me it's either you do it or you just leave the practice. I'm gonna be a musician, right? Because,
I'm gonna be a musician
for you, right? Because it's almost like they're saying that they've done it, and that's how they survived, and they've practiced medicine 30 years. You just have to do it. because you're not going to die in the process, right? But then when you're bringing up points that, see, when you did it, at least a lot of doctors were around, but now there are so few, and then we have to put in the efforts to make up for the space.
So are we creating a system where the people who are staying, right? People who are staying or who have stayed are being punished for staying?
Well, it's almost like it's it's a military regime in the healthcare system right now, because if you try to, you know, say a few things about it directly, it's almost like you're unfair, you know, because these are people that, first of all, your conscience will hold you, because it's a practice you love, right? Imagine I tell you that I just want to go and sleep, and your relative is in emergency, right? Right? You're saying, oh, doctor, what should I do? I'm willing to do it. I'm willing to pay. I'm willing to do it. You're like, please just wait. Let me go and sleep. You know, it almost sounds like you're unfair.
Yeah.
So it's like the doctor's hands are tied. Right? I have to do this thing, but my health is also failing me too. And if I leave it, I'm a bad person. If I stay, I'm also bad to my health too. So, and then the elder ones in the profession would also be like, because if anything happens to anybody and you're on duty that day, you may be made to answer for it, right? Because you swore an oath not to do harm, right? So if your actions indirectly do harm, you have to answer for it. So it's almost like the doctor's hands are tied, very tight. You're choosing between the devil and the blue sea, and you just have to make it's difficult to find a balance. It's almost impossible to find a balance, right? So a lot of times you just pray your shift not be bad, because if your shift is bad,
What do you mean by a bad shift? What do you mean by a bad shift?
Okay, a bad shift is like 6 general sessions in one night.
Oh.
Or maybe that night you have like 6 stroke patients. Or maybe just one hit yourself can make your night miserable.
And you have to attend to all of
and then
these
just
people.
pray that the person has easy veins to find, right? Because you call for help, and then the people you're calling for help are tired, and they've been attending to other people too. So those don't have an emergency that is bad.
Well, before we get to I think I would even let the listener handle that, proffering solutions and calling on the government to do something just immediately. Like, let's not wait for that emergency.
Let me just chip in. I think they've done something recently. It was this week. The National Association of Resident Doctors released a memo on how they want the shifts to now be for doctors. You know, how they want it to, you know, after a call, you should go and rest and all of that. Though we're yet to see implementation,
and
right?
That's like how many for the call? How many hours?
So they said that you should have the longest hours of shift you should have is 8 hours. Maybe I'll forward that to you.
Okay.
The longest hours of shift you should have is 8 hours before you can rest. And if you have a call, if you're on call and you do the 24 hours, you just go home after your call.
Okay.
Which is different from
what was it before?
All continues though. You are at work before the call, you are at work during the call, and you're at work after the call.
So do you see implementation happening as fast as because will that not affect the everyday running of these hospitals? Let's say you have more patients to attend to than usual, or what you call like a terrible shift or bad night, and then you're drawn between sticking to the after 8 hours go rest, and then you're looking at the faces of people who need your attention, and there's possibly no other doctor to attend to them. How would this work when we already are facing a shortage or a brain drain?
And that's the major problem they have with implementation. From me viewing it from the maybe the consultant setting the timetable, right? Because I think they released this during the week, but I've not heard or heard from my colleagues that they've modified our timetable, you know, and they modified our roster to this new. So maybe there's an implementation time they're waiting for. I do not know, but it's a dilemma for them too, right? Because this directive has come and it's now difficult for them to follow, because at a prior time a doctor was, you know, always there. The time was filled. No matter how stressed it is, but the time was filled with someone. At least there's someone there, and then they had at least their conscience was satisfied that okay, at least there's someone there, even if how the person wants to juggle it is really up to the person, but at least there's someone there. But now, if the directors are saying that if I've done my 8 hours, I should go and rest.
What if there's nobody there?
What if there's nobody there? And then the timetable is meant to leave it empty, right? But then nurses do shifts.
Okay.
Nurses hand over to the next nurse and then the next nurse, right? So, and at least they try to, even though I've not heard of a nurse that collapsed at work, right? I think they try to manage the stress, and then nurses have off.
Okay.
I think they take 4 days off in a month. No, I think 2 weeks in, 2 weeks out.
Okay.
So they kind of shuffle it and all of that. So I just wonder some certain times, really, why is it that when it comes to doctors, you don't want to hear of a rest time is a sad story to talk about. Because if I say I want off, it's almost like why are you wanting off? Don't you know there are people out there to attend to? So it's a very controversial
Conversation.
and it is.
All right. It just feels like calling someone a hero because you're a hero, and so you're looked up to. You have to show up every time,
you have to be.
and you carry that burden of being a hero, and you forget that you're also a human being. I don't think you guys are superheroes. Doctors are superheroes. Even if you're heroes, you're not.
You're not
superheroes.
And then remember, some people have families, some people have children.
Yeah.
Right? So a lot of times you might only have to spend 1 hour with your child or with your family, because you really need to sleep, because the next morning you have to wake up by like 4, 5 or 6. Some people wake up by 4 if they really want to read and then do a few things. So
So do you think that when you look at all of this that's happening in the country, you look at the brain drain, you look at the demand on the services of these health professionals, especially doctors, is it a situation of we're saving lives, or we're also saving lives and making money? Is there the making money part to it?
Well, sadly, we are putting in a lot of our energies and our time and our future.
Yeah.
And to me, I think that we need to have that conversation of the money.
Okay.
Right? It's not unfair for you to pay a doctor for his time.
Yeah.
And people really look down on time in this country, but time is of a very big essence, right? So if I spend 30 hours, and there are a lot of my colleagues that they've worked 3 months and they've only been paid 1. Right, based on how the system has been, maybe they are house officers somewhere, and then they have to wait for the implementation to happen. So a lot of times, where if you know that if you shuffle this thing by time, it's either I'll have more time or I'll have more money.
Yeah.
So, but because you're not shuffling it by time, I don't have time and I don't have money. Because outside the country, if you know that, you're doing a 12-hour shift, you'll be there for the 12 hours and then you get paid by time, right?
Yeah.
But then in this country, it is not. You don't get paid by time. Some doctors are earning like 400 naira per hour. 400 naira per hour, right? And if you have a family, you know how sad that is, because your dad is putting in a lot of time in his work. And then you can't really afford the basics, really. You can't buy like 10 shoes in your house. 10 shoes is like 400k. I don't think, is there a doctor that can afford 10 shoes in a month? A physician, But that if you go and check that month how many hours that doctor worked, you'd be amazed. So I think that if we're going to take time away from doctors, then we should bring up the paper hour, and let it be fair.
You're listening to Body District on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Imagine working through the night, seeing patient after patient, handling emergencies, making decisions that could determine whether someone's life leaves or dies, and then being expected to come back and do it again. For many Nigerian doctors, long shifts, night calls, staff shortages, and limited resources are part of everyday working life. So we're asking these questions. Who is caring for the doctor? I've been speaking to a doctor here in the studio, Principal Heavendoes. And I also asked you, do you think that Nigerian doctors are overworked, and does the workload affect the quality of healthcare you receive? I started by asking if you've been to the hospital recently. Maybe you say, God forbid, but maybe you went, you've been there 3 months ago, 4 months ago, or you even went
Your
to visit somebody.
There. Yeah, your friend was there. Right?
And what was the picture you saw, the way doctors attended to the person, the whole I mean, the whole picture there. I did tell you my story. I was at the hospital about 3 months ago, and I really wasn't excited about what was happening. I really saw the doctor come, doctor come. Yes, because you just had a doctor who was supposed to attend to about 5 or 6 people
Yeah.
at the same time. I saw it and I folded my hands. It's like, what is going on here? Right. And then you saw the ratio that I read out. One doctor to 1,000, one doctor to 600. Is that the reality we have in the country where we're over how many? Just 50,000 doctors and we have over 200 million. So we are speculating this over 200 million. But let's continue to speculate over 200 million of us. We're looking at that. We're looking at their welfare and we're asking, who really cares for these doctors? And do you think Nigerian doctors are overworked? And does the workload affect the quality of healthcare you receive? I'd like to get your thoughts. Esteemed listener, if you have been following the conversation, 0810-9510951. That's the number you can call. Then you can do a text or WhatsApp message to 0701 9339962. That is 0701 9339962. You tell me your name and where you're calling from. Welcome to Body District.
Good afternoon, Queen Chima.
Good afternoon, Dr. Chris.
Yes, Queen Chima. Good afternoon. I've been listening to you and the young doctor there. Good afternoon, doctor.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes. Good to know you're there and you're moving your stuff well. Well, quickly, Queen Chima, I just want to say, like what doctor told you, you know what the Association of Resident Doctors nationwide brought out recently, it's not feasible. Yeah, we understand the plight that the doctors are overworked. Queen Chima, there are sometimes I come to work with food, I go back with it.
You don't taste your food.
Yes, I miss my food a lot. I come because you see, it's all about passion. You see, it's only those doctors that don't want to work, that don't have compassion for their patients, that may have all those time. But you see, once you have compassion for your patient, you could come with food in the morning, you forget you've not eaten.
Dr. Chris, Dr. Chris, you're a human being. Have you not had to, fought or anything, make a mistake during attending to these patients because you've not had food to eat?
Very possible. You know, why I say it's very possible in the sense that, you're a human being, just like you're running a clinic. Like the doctor there will tell you, like we run clinics. When we run clinic, you see number of patients you attend. Sometimes you forget what you want to write. In fact, sometimes you have to call the patient back because their numbers are on the folder. Oh, come. There's something we ought to do we couldn't ask you to do because, you were overwhelmed by the crowd you met.
Yeah.
So you have to call them back and put them through again.
So what do you think can be done? Is this not already a state of emergency?
We need to train more doctors. We need to train. Recently, I learned some schools have got the accreditation to train more doctors. That's one thing we can do.
Okay.
Two, you see, I saw the way the other day, I think is we call them state councils. The people who prosecute people for states, their salaries, they said is wardrobe from 300 to 1 million. Queen Chima, if you allow me, as someone finishes medical school and start house job, you cannot pay him anything less than 750,000 or 1 million naira. Start. Every doctor who wants to start must be paid at least 1 million to encourage him. Because we lost a very handsome, hardworking house officer the other day. Though he has finished his house job, but he went to do TP and lost his life. I know this boy very well. He was a house officer in my unit. Very hardworking.
So the private practice is obviously to augment what he gets. Okay.
Sorry?
The private practice is obviously to augment what he gets.
Oh, yeah, to augment. Because I tell you, Queen, when I did house job, I was able to buy a car. But nobody will do house job and feed well now. Ask the doctor there. Probably if it's as old as we are. In our time, when you're finishing house job, you're buying Toyota Corolla, you're buying 190, you're buying 230, you're buying baby boy, and also and so forth and so on. But now you finish house job, you don't even have money to feed for that month.
All right.
So federal government should learn to pay doctors well. Else, I was advising medical students the other day, I say, if this country continues like this, that from Palmer who came to do post, and I say, as you're finishing, plan to Japan. That's the only way out. Because we are old. But you need to live to make sure you get enough for yourself.
All right, Dr. Chris, thank you for calling. It's good to get the perspective of another doctor too. And well, let's keep the phone lines ringing. Call 081 09510 That's the number you can call, or send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701 So you know, Dr. Prince Wehebendos, we were talking about the possibility of that.
Yeah.
He did also say the same thing.
Yeah.
If you're adjusting the number of hours for a shift, how feasible would that be, considering that we don't have enough doctors already?
Well, I think that there's that, like I said, there's always a dilemma.
Yeah.
It's always something that is a controversial something whenever it comes to rest and shuffling the hours. But I'll tell you this: there's one thing he said that really struck me. My consultant, who has been in the profession for years.
Yeah.
So when we had our clinic on Monday, right, he legit had to send me the full plan again because he can't really do the clinic without me because we are attending to everybody's 50, so there are only 2 consultants. So as he's attending to them, I'm writing the plan. I'm taking them out. Go here, go here, go here. So he legit had to snap the plan again and tell me to go and search for that patient and look for her and change it.
Wow.
And me, I'm thinking, I know that this man looking at me because I'm young.
Yeah.
But this is an old man, so I can understand the fatigue from his perspective, right?
Yeah.
So this thing is real. But the thing is that the older generation have to come to terms with the fact that something can be done now. What can we do now?
We'll come to that. Let's take this call. Welcome to Body District.
Yeah, Prince, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Dr. Dennis. Yes.
Welcome, Dr. Dennis.
What if we look at this AI technology, where there are shortages of doctors who will complement with AI? Don't you think it's feasible, doctor?
It's not, because AI can lead you astray. Even a doctor that uses AI and a patient that uses AI, they don't come to the same conclusion, right? So AI is not is not a recommended practice. I don't think that is something that we should even look into now. Well, if it's for patient education and public health education, fine.
That
But when
work.
it comes to treatment undergoes research. A lot of things that you might want to try. A lot of protocols that they say, okay, this is by AHA association, or you understand. These are things that have been internationally tested. It's not something you just wake up and try.
Okay, let's do this call. Welcome to Body District.
Okay, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon.
Doctor and
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon.
Doctors are really suffering in this country, and that is why we are having all this checker syndrome. Our government is biased. They look more in the direction of lawyers and judges because they are their benefactors. They will judge cases, they will write cases in their favor. The doctors are still blind. You can hardly see when they are doing maybe housing schemes for doctors, low-cost housing scheme, or even paying them adequate salary. And that is why we are seeing younger doctors moving out of the country as we speak.
Are you a doctor?
I'm a doctor. If all the young doctors leave Nigerian shore.
Are you there? Are you there? Okay. I needed to ask that because he was sounding from a perspective, and I needed to confirm. Right. Let's quickly talk about mental, physical health of doctors as we wrap up, and then go to what can be done. Do doctors really have access to mental health support as much as it's interesting that we're talking about doctors and then talking mental health and physical health. Do they really have as much as that?
It appears that a lot of times the only exposure you might have during your training is when you're doing psychiatric posting. That's when you can get a lot of exposure for yourself and for your patients, right? To a lot of these mental health and a lot of these psychological and psychiatric terms, right? But when it comes to you and in practice, your mind can really buzz, especially when I remember the first time someone passed on, right, when I was on call. if I hadn't been prepared for all this, like I said, I started going to the clinics from when I was in 200 level.
Yeah.
So I'd seen all these things. I know legit a lot of my colleagues that really freak out. You know, a lot of them who, you know, in talking with them outside of the hospital, you see that this person really needs, you know, some therapy. This person needs someone to talk to, and this person, you know, could benefit a lot from, you know, psychiatric care. But it happens like that, and you see it in the personality of the doctors, right? You could come to, and then your consultant is someone that is on the edge.
Yeah.
Right? These are things that have compiled over time. And then there are some people that legit have some bizarre behaviors, right? And added by the practice and the, you know, pressure, the work, you know, it makes you unable to find that balance in your mental health. And then and for a doctor, any mistake you make with your own health, it impacts a whole lot of people.
Absolutely. So we just have about 2 minutes and we wrap up this conversation. I think I'm excited that other doctors called in to lending their voice. I didn't want you to be the only man standing in the studio. Right. It sort of points to the motive for this conversation, so that when the listener is hearing, they can also begin to channel grievances or channel their expectations to the right sources. Right. So, but what can be done? What should change? If you had an advantage or an opportunity to change something, what would that be in the working conditions of Nigerian doctors?
Well, I'll say we'll start with this that has been proposed by the National Association of Resident Doctors. Yes, it seems a bit impossible, but let's start with it. I feel like this is something that will get better with time.
Okay.
As much as we try to find the balance, we'll keep on looking for that balance. But if we fold our hands and don't try anything at all, that's where the problem is. But let's try, and at least from that call, okay, let's avoid every other thing. Let's look at the call first. If you're a doctor, you're on call, you just finished your call, please go and take 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hours of rest.
Yeah.
Before we can think of bringing you back. Let's start with that first.
Okay. And then the government?
So for the government now, it's a whole lot of this, because health is not just the only sector where the government is, you know. So at least for the ministers of health and minister of state for health, I think that they need to listen.
Okay.
Right? Because I've written letters based on this to the Minister of Health. I've written, you know, a few things to MDCN, the registrar. I'll tell you this. I can get a reply from WHO, but I'll not get a reply from my own country.
Really sad.
I don't know if you understand.
Yeah.
So it's almost like, is there anybody listening? Is there anybody to talk to? Maybe you're in charge of a particular place. Do we get to have a time, you know, to rapport on a few issues? So I think the government needs to start from that. Listen
first.
Reply.
That's a really great angle.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Dr. Princeville Heavendos, for coming and airing your thought on this conversation. And I hope that in the coming months and years, we begin to see reforms that would help, really, truly help the sector before we gradually jump into the emergency, if we're not already
it's a
there.
downward spiral, really.
All right. Thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you
so
for
much for
having
you
me.
who've called. Your contribution on the show, quite appreciated. The news update is coming up shortly. After that, Dawn and myself will be here still for Talk That Talk. My name is Queen Chima. Good afternoon.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South Sound, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. News update.
Good afternoon. Here is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Queen Chima. Troops of the Nigerian Army have recovered AK-47 rifles, other weapons and ammunition during an operation in Mangu local government area of Plateau State. The troops operating under Sector 8 of Operation Enduring Peace is part of Operation Hard Knock, launched the operation following credible intelligence of a planned attack on Maura community in Chakfem Kingdom. The army said preliminary findings suggested that the planned attack might have linked to the reported rustling of an unconfirmed number of cattle, allegedly by some youth from the community. The operation, however, led to the recovery of one AK-47 rifle, one locally fabricated AK-47 rifle, one locally fabricated revolver rifle, 2 Dane guns, and 15 rounds of 7.62 millimeter special ammunition. The Nigerian Army therefore urged members of the public to remain vigilant and provide credible information on suspicious activities to security agencies, and reaffirmed its commitment to protecting lives and property, preventing the proliferation of illegal arms, and maintaining peace and security across the North Central region. The Commissioner of Police in the Federal Capital Territory, CP Ahmed Sanusi, has warned divisional police officers and supervisory officers against unlawful detention of suspects, extortion, and poor supervision within their jurisdictions. Sanusi gave the warning on Thursday while addressing senior officers at the FCT Police Command in Abuja. He expressed concern over reports of police personnel abusing human rights and keeping suspects in custody beyond the statutory limits without legal backing. The police commissioner said supervising officers would no longer be allowed to claim ignorance when their subordinates engage in misconduct, warning that superior officers would face disciplinary sanctions for failures in supervision. The CP also directed officers to obtain remand warrants for suspects who must be detained beyond 24 hours, while ensuring that detainees have access to legal representatives, family members, and necessary medication. The presidential candidate of the African Democratic Congress, Atiku Abubakar, has said he will not contest another presidential election if he loses the 2027 poll. Speaking during an interview, Atiku said he had already made his position clear and urged Nigerians with permanent voter cards to participate actively in the 2027 election. He also appealed to voters to remain at their polling units after voting to ensure that their vote are properly counted. The ADC candidate added that he was physically fit and capable of governing Nigeria, insisting that no doctor had declared him unfit for politics. On the foreign scene, Zambian opposition leader Brian Mundubili has announced plans to challenge the re-election of President Hakainde Hichilema through the judicial process. The Electoral Commission on Tuesday had declared Hichilema the winner of the August 13 presidential election with about 60% of votes, while Mundubili secured 38%. In a statement, Mundubeli said there were crucial questions over whether constitutional requirements for a free, fair and transparent, credible election were met. He stressed that his team had documented what he described as serious irregularities, inconsistencies and circumstances surrounding the conduct, counting, transmission and declaration of the results. Mundubeli also said that the compiled evidence would be presented before the appropriate judicial forum alongside the petition, noting that the court would be asked to determine whether all votes were lawfully cast and whether polling station results matched constituency, provincial and national totals. The opposition leader added that the decision to challenge the election was not motivated by bitterness, but by the need to protect the integrity of Zambia's democracy and ensure that legitimate votes are respected. And that was the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Queen Chima. Good afternoon.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Maybe home is somebody's smile when they look at you for the first time. Maybe home is being a home to something you love and adore with all your heart, and that is what life, friendship, and love are all about. Maybe home is listening to all of your favorite shows on Today 95.1 FM. We create memories. We inspire comfort. We are the voice of the people, and we are home away from home.
It all begins with breaking news.
Now make no mistake, this is a difficult mission, and it will remain difficult for some time.
then it keeps trending. Events, issues, personalities, all struggling to gain attention. But in the race for deadlines, the intrigues, power play, undercurrents are often missed or underreported.
Insecurity here is basically a product of poverty.
But not anymore. As the platform on radio steps in to fill the missing links on events, issues, and personalities in the news.
I'm not afraid of anybody. Yeah!
The platform on radio serves only the hottest topics and trending issues. Only on Today 95.1 FM. 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt.
Weekdays, 4 p.m.
Get on the platform on radio and be served.
Okay, 8 minutes past 2. It's Thursday, the 20th, and I don't think it's raining or anything, so that's good. Of course, it's time for Talk That Talk, where we get to talk about River State and River State issues, personalities, incidents, circumstances, and sometimes, as Queen will say, the Niger Delta. And for the next 50 minutes, yes, you will be in the company of Don Wilson
and Queen Chima. Welcome to Talk That Talk.
All right. Let's get into the groove of things. But before we do, yes, we have to do that. Here are the numbers and the social media handles to be part of the show, so we get that out of the way. 0810-9510-951, 0810-9510-951. For text messages, WhatsApp messages, voice notes, 0701-9339-962. Now, social media, YouTube Live, Today 951 FM, that's Today 951 FM. Facebook, Today 95.1 FM. Instagram, X, Twitch all have the same handle, Today FM 951. Listen live via the website www.todayfmlive.com. And of course, Radio Garden and Tune In to the rescue for those of you who prefer apps. Find them on Google and the Apple Store. Download and search Today 95.1 FM. Now for calls, when you do call in, please, brevity, keep it short and sweet, as I normally like to say. So 1 minute is what you get. However, in some cases, very rare, of course, you get 30 seconds extra if what you're saying needs for you to land. But still, it's a gift, not a right, so please don't expect it. Now, I want to read something for you. This is from The Punch, and I think it's yesterday's edition actually, dropped at in the evening. Fubara urges parties to respect Rivers peace process, says state now at rest. That's a good one. Rivers State Governor Similai Fubara has called on all parties in the ongoing reconciliation in the state to respect and abide by the process, emphasizing that peace remains central to development. The governor expressed delight that the state is now experiencing what he termed a state of rest after the prolonged political crisis that rocked the state. Fubara made the call on Wednesday while inaugurating an entrepreneurship center and engineering faculty building at the Captain Ilechi Amadi Polytechnic in Rumola, Obiakwa local government area of the state. Recall that the Rainbow Coalition Reconciliation Committee, led by Senator Magnus Abe, had met with Fubara twice in 2 weeks as part of efforts to integrate the governor's camp into the scheme of things in the state's new political arrangements ahead of the 2027 elections. Speaking further, the governor said he would ensure to leave behind a lasting legacy in the state through the delivery of significant and impactful projects like the ones being commissioned for the remaining time he has in office. He said his administration was not just about embarking on projects, but projects that will have lasting impact on the people and foster growth and development. Fubara said, I personally took it upon myself to say that if I have to do anything here, it should be something that will have value, and I am very happy that the management of this school appreciates it. Today, what is the purpose of the Entrepreneurial Center? It is a place where we prepare our own people. When you are through with that, you create your own business. You don't need to start sending letters. You don't need to start sending me text that I promised 10,000 employment for civil servants. He continued. 10,000 employment of civil servants, of whom? Admin officers. We are talking about technical issues. We need doctors. We need teachers, well-prepared teachers. If we are employing, we need accountants. Accountants can't even be everywhere. Technology has taken over everything. Today, what you just need is to get the right app, put in your numbers, your balance sheet, or whatever statement is prepared. That is how the world has gone. Now you can go and read the rest for yourself because, well, basically I just gave you a kind of hint what we'll be talking about. You see, ladies and gentlemen, we have all been asking the governor, well, people have been asking, and we have been hearing them ask when you guys call, when we have guests and all of that, the 10,000 people who were given some sort of employment, and I think under the last administration, of course, and then when the incumbent came in, he said it was flawed, and so that was cancelled. Now, of course, the governor went ahead later on, I think in maybe 2024 or 20 thereabout, to hire 5,000 more people into the civil service. So we had, I think, 1,000 or so to Ignatius Ajuri University. We had 2,000 as teachers, and 1,000 went to UBE. So that was about 4,005 or so. Then added to that of 5,000, this administration had hired 9,500 people. But here's the thing. The 10,000 folks are still out there. Now, fine, granted, the governor makes a great argument for 10,000 of whom? Admin officers. When River State is crying for doctors, nurses, skilled workers, people who can probably go to the rig, different qualifications of people for different sectors. I give that to the governor. I do. But is it not the government's responsibility to create jobs? Or maybe the argument should be, is it not the government's responsibility to create the enabling environment that brings about jobs? Therefore, there would be no need for this 10,000 clamoring, we're protesting today, where are our letters and this and that. Now, speaking of these 10,000, could it be argued that the governor could have channeled them elsewhere? See, must government be the employer of labor all the time? Or, like I asked earlier, create the enabling environment for the private sector? And the governor has actually used this argument I'm about to use. The private sector should also step up its game in being, well, an employer of labor. But it will still take us back to, has the enabling environment been created? Did they build the ecosystem for these 10,000 to probably find jobs elsewhere? Or for these 10,000 to even be absorbed into the civil service? Because there must be a need for them, even in the civil service. Now, could the model have been redesigned in such a way that this 10,000 or any other unemployed individual in Rivers State could find themselves or find employment wherever? Because he has come to answer the 10,000 employment question. Of whom? Now, other questions linger in the air. If it was flawed, please explain to us how it was flawed. Was it the number of people? Was it the categories of workers? Was it the recruitment process that was flawed? Was it the funding? Was it political circumstance? Or the original exercise itself was allegedly compromised, warranting the cancellation of the employment they had been given? But we don't have those answers. Now, let's go back to the ecosystem thing, the enabling environment, because I've asked several questions, one of which is, should government be the one providing employment, or they should be providing the enabling ecosystem for employment to thrive? So I decided to look into what the government has actually put on ground. Because sometimes, even though they don't carry us along, they've probably done one or two things. Like I said, they hired people earlier, so that brought up the number of people in the civil service to 9,500. But let's look at the enabling environment. When the governor first came in, there was the economic summit. That would have put us on the map. In fact, in digging into this, I found that there was something called the electrical village. And the phase one of the electrical village had been flagged off. But it has run into some hiccups and some delays. I dug even deeper to see if, okay, there are other, because earlier he had talked about investor confidence and it's returning and all of that. We even hear that there is a, I think a protective coating company called Soliwant that was inaugurated in July. But that's one out of so much more that could happen in Rivers State. So in checking for the companies that might have been established in Rivers State, I found that not much. Now, we could blame the state of emergency and the battle and all of that, and use that as an excuse for the governor for him to say, well, this is the reason why Rivers State still has an unemployment issue. This is the reason why the 10,000 couldn't be brought in because of all the wahala. But the 10,000 are human beings. They're not just some random figure. They are human beings who are now somehow, well, victims of circumstance. So what happens to them now? Coming out to say 10,000 of whom? So ladies and gentlemen, that's the question on the table. If you were one of the 10,000, what would be your response to the governor? What would be your request of the governor concerning your plight as it stands? Because make no mistake about it, they did employ, like I said, 9,500 were employed into the civil service. So how is it that those ones could be employed and these 10,000 were not employed into same civil service that the governor is saying 10,000 into the civil service as admin officers? But well, make no mistake about it, the governor has answered the question about the 10,000. So let's have a conversation.
Yeah, that question has been answered. We just heard the governor say that yesterday, and sort of throwing back the question into the air again and pointing to certain delicate matters that you've mentioned, Don.
Yeah.
I remember that when that cancellation happened, the conversation was around political patronage.
Okay.
That's why the cancellation happened, and some other things that were put in between. But you asked something that's really important, is those 10,000 Rivers people who were expectant, right? Their hopes have been dashed, or what really happens to those thousands of Rivers people who were expecting those jobs. But hearing the governor say the thing he said yesterday at Eleche Amadi, and since it was an entrepreneurial conversation, I think it brings to mind the question of employment or employability.
Okay.
And that's why he said what he said. Admin officers, he mentioned accountants and all just putting people into the civil service generally. And maybe you want to ask if should the government be creating jobs directly or creating the environment where the private sector can create thousands of sustainable jobs.
That's the ecosystem. And
should Rivers be investing more heavily in skills, technology, entrepreneurship, manufacturing, agriculture? I had to raise my tone when I said that the creative economy and small businesses. Maybe we're even asking a bigger question. Is Rivers State suffering from a shortage of jobs or shortage of the right jobs and the right skills? So some people would rather want to take this conversation in this angle. If you're thinking through it and evaluating the response from the governor and looking at the ecosystem, looking at sustainability, looking at employability, skills, the population we have. It was early last week that we have a group of young people who were clamoring and saying that we have the rates of young people who are unemployed in the state is really alarming, and we're talking about that. So when we talk about government job, what do we, or when we say government should create jobs, what exactly are we expecting government to do? Are we expecting them to employ people directly, fund businesses, build infrastructure, attract investors, provide vocational training, create industrial clusters, give businesses access to finance, make it easier for companies to operate? What truly is our expectations? If you're an investor or a business person, and then you look at the statements made by the governor and said, "Oh, see, we scrapped that 10,000 job thing, and this is our reason." Said, "Oh, who are we employing? We should be looking at employing more doctors, more teachers. We're looking at skill." Do you buy that conversation as directly to the point that the governor seems to be pointing to the direction that we need to make the system viable for employment to happen without it dependent on the government? Dependence on the government can mean two things. It can mean that the government should make the environment viable for it to work, and then it can also mean that it's not entirely in the hands of the government. We have industries, we have people doing businesses, and if businesses are thriving, so these people would naturally employ other people or employ people. So people also want to talk about the sustainability of 10,000 people in the civil service as to the kind of River State a lot of people envisage, or the kind of River State a lot of people have painted as what it used to be and what it is now. And looking at a government who is willing, not just having the wherewithal, but willing to do it. We want to always point our mind and our direction to, oh, it's been a chaotic time for River State for the past 3 years and all. And some people say it's not supposed to affect governance, or it hasn't affected governance, whatever school of thought you are in. So we're talking about a government that's willing to create that sustainable environment for people to, for jobs to just be created. Because if you pay salaries for 5, 10, 20 years from now, is that all there should be to a state as River State? You go to some states, they say this one a civil service state. This is a very commercial state. We don't want to see ourselves gradually gliding into that space where it's just government, and if it's not government, then it's not working. They say, oh, the only thing that sells is politics and this. What's happening to making the environment viable? We've been talking and asking questions about what the government is doing about electricity. Because if businesses will thrive, I think you had a conversation yesterday about manufacturers, and I'm sure electricity is one of the major challenges that they have. So if government has the resources to employ people and there are genuine vacancies, should they not employ them? But how does government even point out to these vacancies and is transparent to the people that these vacancies actually exist, rather than satisfying the need of, oh, there was an open 10,000 and people are rejoicing from the previous administration, and this administration comes and says, no, halt, we're not doing that. Are there really genuine vacancies like that? Or should we be talking about government making the environment really viable so that investors can come in, businesses can thrive as much as it is? Whether you're for or against what the governor has said, because for some people, it's whatever was said should have been done. We're talking about continuity, government and continuity, where every government comes and does his own thing or says, whatever this person started, I'm not interested. Let's start from what I am here to do or what my vision is. But we thought that it was a consolidation thing and we're coming to continue from his predecessor. But he said that there was a lot of political patronage in that employment, and that's why it was flawed and it felt like it was going to be revisited. I think the governor had talked about revisiting that job, but now we're hearing the governor saying, should we talk about 10,000 of whom? No, we can't invest in such. And for some people, maybe the government is also coming to the realization, whether you think it's too late or too early. Some people say, what's there to do again in the few months that this government has? So the realization that it's been 3 years and counting. What have we really done as a government? What have we really done in agriculture? What have we done with industries? What have we done with vocational training, skill acquisition? After the economic summits, then what happened afterwards? Yes, we know that the whole political crisis started. We got from that to state of emergency. The governor even had to come out and say Rivers State is peaceful. But it's
said it yesterday.
Yes, it's much more than just saying it's peaceful. Like I think it's like the beautiful aroma of a soup that does not hide. So it's just perceived. It's just perceived by everybody, and you know that something is happening here. If the state government has started its the electricity conversation.
All right.
It's in the news. Other states, investors are hearing that River State is now electricity is a thing here. Yeah. That's the state. The state can now produce electricity. If that can happen, that's already attraction. If security is talked about and a lot of things are fixed, certain gray areas when it comes to security, that's already attraction. If the economic summit really did birth conversations with investors, that's already attraction. But if we've stayed a little too long in the conversation of who's godfathering who or not, what party conversation or not, budget issues and all, then how can entrepreneurship really truly thrive? And then maybe for the Rivers man is, if that promise was laid there, it should be fulfilled. We don't even care if it's sustainable or not. We don't even care if it's an employment or employability conversation.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. But before we open the phone lines, the governor did do one good thing yesterday, which is the commissioning of the Entrepreneurial Center. The problem now is that is just one. Now, I did make mention, I tried reaching out to Fasima and all of that, but they didn't pan out. I wanted to find out from Fasima, if that's Port Harcourt Chamber of Commerce, by the way, how many investors had come into River State and how many had set up shop. Because like I said earlier, the governor did say, Business Day carried that news, that the private sector are the employers of labor and builders of wealth. I paraphrase, of course. I told you about the electrical village that phase 1 had already been flagged off. Phase 2 was in the works, but it suffered some setback. I don't know if it has to do with Nigerian bureaucratic red tapeism and all of that. There was also a waste to wealth initiative about, I think, either 300 million naira or $300 million or something. There an MOU had been signed and all of that. That one too has kind of petered off. So we tried to see if Fasima could give us one or two answers to see just how well the private sector might have stepped up his game, seeing as the governor had said, okay, private sector, you two do your thing. But remember that the question on the table was also, should government employ labor, or should government create the enabling environment for unemployment to be nipped in the bud? Because we have so many youths now bone idle and turning to crime. So the entrepreneurial center, is that enough? Because I see it as you might need to get admitted into the school to access that center.
And we have to
Can you get admitted? Can all of them get admitted?
We also have to see the workability of that, and how continuous that can be, and whatever investment has been put there to make it thrive for the number of years and the vision that it has. When the governor also talked about technology taking over everything.
Yeah.
The technology has taken over everything. We want to question that, because how many or which government jobs can technology generally replace?
Okay.
Have we really moved as fast as moving with the pace that that technology is? Have we got to that point and really genuinely ask ourselves, how many of these government jobs can technology truly replace, for the excuse that these people cannot come into
The
the sector?
mechanisms, have they been put in place?
Have they been put in place? So that's a big question. And these 10,000 people that we expect, and is there like some sort of alternative for the young people, right? Okay, this looks like it, the entrepreneurial center.
Yeah, but you have to get admitted.
How?
You still have to write JAMB, and unless maybe you can do, I think they call it pre-degree or some direct entry or something. But how many does that school, that's the Polytechnic Elechi Amadi, do they have enough space for the teeming mass of unemployed youths to get in there? Now, another thing is, maybe we should take pity or cut the governor some slack, because he just has limited time. And again, the quarrel, the state of emergency and all of that might have made it such that he couldn't do much. So maybe we shouldn't be pressing him too much and wondering why he would come out yesterday and say 10,000 of whom. But when you critique the statement, it looks like, well, he knew what he was saying to have said what he said.
It's an employability conversation, sustainability conversation, and almost suitable for an entrepreneurial center opening. But here's also another question to the number of questions that Dawn have asked. If government stops being the employer or reduces employment, what must Rivers State become instead? What?
That's a really brilliant question.
What must Rivers State become instead? What should we be thinking through? The elections are, it's just a few months away from here. And very soon, is this on 19th?
It has started.
Okay, yes.
Campaigns kicked off yesterday.
Absolutely. This is 20th. What should you be looking at as the vision of whoever is telling you this is what we want River State to be? Because if government reduces or say we're not employing, what should River State look like instead? What kind of atmosphere should we have? Some people say we've had it.
Yeah.
Why did we lose it?
That will take us back to what exactly is River State's business strategy. I think at the risk or pain of sounding like a broken record, we many times refer to Amechi's, I think it was Vision 2050 or something. So River State had some kind of strategy. Maybe this administration had its own as well, starting with the Economic Summit and all of that. That blueprint, can it not be, well, limited time, of course, but can it not be put to some kind of use to make sure that, this administration at least leaves with some sort of
For some
business
people,
legacy.
For some people, they say they don't want to talk about this administration again. Like, it's fine, let's just
let it go.
Let's just sail smoothly and let everything go. And we're waiting for the next person, which is a little disappointing for people. Well, I mean, you may think that the people are really, their hands are really tied because of what this state has been through politically, but you may not also want to blame some Rivers people who say that please, we're just done with this. Let's get a new chapter on and begin to demand.
We can't be done because 10,000 lives are at stake. Before this administration leaves, something should be done for the 10,000. It might need some brainstorming, maybe putting your foot to the metal, as some Igbo people will say, but find a way around making sure that these 10,000, especially if you can prove that some of them were genuine.
Yeah.
The ones that are genuine, fine, let's give some leeway. The ones that are genuine, find a way of putting them in places where they don't just fall between the cracks after having passed through all the hurdles of maybe job interviews or whatever it is that got them to this point. They shouldn't just be forgotten.
Well, let's turn the mic to you, the phones to you now. You've listened to us ask lots of questions. I mean, that's what we ask, these questions. We keep asking them. Let's get your thoughts. A number of questions that we're throwing out there. If the government reduces employment or stops employing, what should River State be then? Welcome to Talk That Talk.
What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Lady Dawn, good afternoon. I'm Queen.
Good afternoon.
Robin Magari Farmer, I'm calling from Echi.
Welcome.
Yes, Lady Dawn and Queen. Let me shock you if you're not in the know. There's an agency called River State Road Traffic Management Agency, aka Timari. Are you aware the matter is in court? They are in court with the River State government.
Okay.
If you're not aware, let me shock you. The matter is in court, appeal court. Are you aware that demonstration school teachers were sacked by government of River State? They went to court, got judgment. Till today, they are bemoaning. Kemule, Bori Polytechnic, teachers employed there were sacked. And so many others. What are we talking about the growth of River State? Market was built at my one, under lock and key. Mother and child hospital built under lock and key. Gary processing plant in Navy. The River State government borrow money from CBN. MPLA came there to commission it. It's not working. How do we grow? Why not have any of you seen Alex Ote on national television? But look at the story of Baba. Giving power to River State, not government to River State. We should grow up now.
Okay.
Let us grow now.
Thank you for calling.
It's sad.
95.1.
Welcome to Talk That Talk. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, good afternoon, Dawn.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, I am KMOS for.
Welcome to the show.
Queen, you asked your last question is very key. But I think that would be a discussion for another day because it's very broad. The last time your last guest, the last time I spoke, your guest talked about he said he was comfortable with what is going on in River State. And Queen asked the question, if the government stopped employing, what then would be the next thing for River State? That this should just tell you that the government has a lot to do. Now let me narrow this discourse to the 10,000 civil service employment.
All right.
Now the 10,000 civil service employment is what the government has to do. That has to do with the government. It's the government that will do that employment. And I want to commend the governor for that need employment, because we are into modern reality. Do you understand? We are into modern reality, but I only have just one fault there. The only fault I have is that government, especially the River State government, should not work with an agenda. They should work with a plan.
All right.
Now, if you're working, sorry, just a moment, please, a moment, please. If you're working with a plan as a government, you will know, you will envisage that at some point in time, you have to deploy 10 or 20,000 persons.
Okay.
You must have to make them, you must have to prepare the people before that time.
All right. Thank you for
You
calling.
understand?
95.1.
Welcome. What's your name? Where are you
Hello.
calling from?
Dr.
Well
Dennis,
done and, yes. That's
welcome
correct.
to the show.
You see, in practical economics, we were taught the 4 factors of production: land and building, capital, materials, and then the personnel. Who has these factors? Is it you and me, or is it government? Then check all over the world. The US, all the big companies in the world, different countries, are owned by government and run by government. But here in Nigeria, they quickly came and told us that government is not a good businessman. The truth is that they just hide. They want to dodge from their responsibility. If you're going to Oshobo, you will see Nigerian machine tools.
All right.
They copied it from the Hindustan machine tools. That's Indian machine tools. That's the first step. If you want your country to be productive, produce the tools with which they use. Tools and die making. Dies are used in producing more.
All right. Looks like we lost that call. 95.1.
Welcome. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good
Yes,
afternoon.
good afternoon.
Yes, my name is Ono Samuel, calling from Port Harcourt.
All right. Welcome.
Thank you. I want to ask, this fire brigade way of doing things in this state and in this country is so tiring. As a river state government, they don't have database of unemployed rivers graduate and non-graduate. They don't have the statistics of artisans in River State. Yet we have polytechnics. Now River State can be able to generate electricity and do distribution. How many electrical engineers and electricians, artisans do we have in the state? No statistics. None at all. When it's time for employment, 10,000, everybody, fire brigade, you bring your CV, you bring your, go and photocopy. I don't know why we like doing this slavery pattern of employment in this state.
All right.
When Amechi was in power, I could remember that is something did that there is a database of 71. Why can't we maintain standard and follow suit? It's terrible, I'm telling you. Up till now, we don't have a database, local government, no database. Everybody just doing this type of employment. We will gather and form line. Oh, God help us.
All right. Thank you for calling. 95.1. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, this is Mr. Zion. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Zion.
Interesting discourse, my beautiful ladies in the studio. What else can the government do? Number one, there are moribund government assets in the state. The Port Harcourt International Hotel is there, and other the Transamadi Industrial Area is there. Can the state, through their investment department, now collaborate with professionals who want to invest in that industry and start creating jobs? Number one. Number two, can they create a business environment so that for once people can forget about this government job? I put it to you, the day you go to the government parastatal anywhere, the government has given you a job and you are in possession with that employment letter, that is the poverty starts in your life. That is the day you become a very poor person, a criminal and a thief, because you can only survive with when the embezzlement comes, cutting corners, taking money from who want to come and fill their documents, hiding people's documents for them to give you money to survive.
All right.
When you create the business environment, You now give them a soft loan.
Okay.
We are giving you loan on this.
All right.
The people will not be running over for government job.
All right.
Rather,
Thank
they
you
will
for
take over
calling.
the business.
Okay, I had to let you go, Mr. Zion. The penultimate caller, you were actually right. The Rotimi Amechi administration in River State maintained and utilized employee records. It did have its issues, but yes, you were right. There was actually a database, and of course, Queen, that raises the conversation of continuum.
Yeah.
When you come and you meet something, why not continue that? Imagine what could have been done with such a database. Well,
imagine. Oh, okay, that
all right, looks like we lost that call. Do well to call back. 0810-9510-951. That's 0810-9510-951.
Welcome to Talk That Talk. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, Lady D and Queen, good afternoon.
Special Douglas.
Good afternoon, Special Douglas.
Yes, you guys have asked a lot of questions. It has started echoing now. Can you please reverse what you did, please?
We didn't do anything.
Okay, it's better now. You guys have asked a lot of questions. It's echoing again.
I think it has to do with your system. I don't think there's anything we're doing differently
here. There's something wrong there. Okay, go on. Let me go on. You guys have asked some questions, but I think the most appropriate question to ask is, what has government invested to boost employment? What is government investment to boost employment? Much as I commend the governor for this entrepreneurship center which he has, commissioned, even though that is professional, I think he should invest in artisan empowerment. The entrepreneurship in artisanship is necessary to boost economy. In as much as the federal government has decentralized power distribution, it behoves on the government to invest in power generation and distribution. It's also important that government invest in necessary artisanship or employment generation from fisheries or other industry, agro industries and all that. Countries like Scotland.
All right, but
natural resources like
Special Douglas, let me ask you a question so that we don't press the governor too much. Do you think he has enough time, given this few months? Do you think he has enough time to do something about unemployment?
Yes, employment generation. If the government creates the enabling environment for employment generation to run, government can, one, invest directly in employment, or two, create the enabling environment for private sectors to invest, or three, partner with individuals. So government can do either of these three to generate employment.
All right.
And employment runs concurrently with what you have set on ground. For instance, like that's your area now, your road is bad. You know, if government comes there and grades that road and gives that place a beautiful look.
All right.
Employers of labor will just come in there and invest.
Okay.
For employment to be generated for the people
All right.
All right.
Thank you for calling. All right.
Welcome to Talk That Talk.
We lost that call. Do well to call back. 08. Okay, let's take this call. Then we'll check messages. 95.
Welcome to Talk That Talk.
What's your name? Where are you calling from?
My name is Sapure.
All right. Go on with your thoughts.
You asked a question whether the governor have enough time for this, looking at employment. My sister, capital no. Yeah, I would say capital no. Now, why am I saying that? The past government, I think we are aware, in Nigeria University, how many people that are employed? How many of their name appear? So today, what are we facing? These few months, if you employ, at the end of the day, last few months, by next time the other person go over, you say, no, your name is not captured. You don't know what is happening in the university. So if actually we are doing the right thing, what I'm saying, we are doing the right thing, I am telling you, in Nigeria, if your sin is coming, that you will be forgiven. In Nigeria, if you cannot read, you cannot get what you want. And that's what we are speaking here. If actually the government made business, it is for him to make. How many times you look at government for employment?
All right.
So we start when you look at government, talk about the city.
Okay.
Look at government, their employment, say they are not employment.
All
So
right.
what are we talking about?
Okay.
So they have nothing. They have totally failed the River State. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for calling. Let's get into your text messages because it's 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Nduka, please, let's look away from this governor. Okay, I'm not going to say that. He will talk one thing tomorrow, he say a different thing to contradict himself. If I were him, I would have been silent and retained my respect. Those managing his media speeches are not guiding him well. All right, Nduka, thank you for that. But please, I had to jump some lines. Let's try to be respectful of the governor. No matter how we feel, let's try to be respectful. River State should simply become a hub of creative thinkers and not a community of political believers who have no knowledge of their own potency. Employment should be open to everyone, including young school leavers who are smart enough to get paid. Chimene Ohaka, creative thinkers. What would that entail? And would that turn River State into an economically viable state? Good governance ended with Amici in River State, after which Abuja introduced politics of bitterness and focuslessness. Nduka. All right, no problem. Let's get into WhatsApp, see what's what there. Queen will get into Facebook. So please do well to send your messages. Dawn, in an attempt to answer your question, I would like to say that in one aspect, government should revive the ailing industries, buy tractors and fishing trawlers for mechanized agriculture. Queen did say agriculture. For those to thrive, the private sector should run them. Secondly, government can employ when necessary into ministries, departments, and agencies. Government should collaborate with the federal to make ports, refineries, rail lines, etc. work at optimal levels. Government should link the rural roads to the cities. This is creating the enabling environment for businesses to thrive. John, oh wow, Google. All right, let's take this one. And it looks like a lot of you are leaning towards enabling environment. Good afternoon, my presenters in the studio. Why is it that people cannot do the right thing in this part of the world? Why is it that our leaders are doing things as if they leave this world, they go with their children? They should think well. That's Amy from Urumadomaya. All right, I think we have done justice to WhatsApp and text messages. All right, Queen, anything on Facebook?
Azunda says, I think needless talking about this administration. It's unfortunate that those 10,000 jobs for Rivers youth will no longer see the light of the day under Fubara's administration. Government should create a business enabling environment and empower Rivers people into business and skills acquisition. Does this sound like alternative for or consolation for 10,000 people? Abozi says, this man. By this man, you mean the governor? Yes, he's a man. This man, he says. Innocent Aaron says, then why did the government make advertisement of jobs technology has taken over, scamming Rivers youth?
All
This
right.
was
let's go back to the phone line.
Welcome to Talk That Talk. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello.
Hello. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Oh, I'm Johnny B. Good, calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, go ahead.
The government should be ashamed of themselves. The River State government, they should try to have shame. How can they say that the 10,000 job they begin to do people oju? Is it good? Students are coming out from university, no job. Why other states like Abia State of yesterday, they are far from us. What is happening in Abia? River State government they don't have any other thing. It's just to be giving their citizens oju. They should look up, look the sky. God is watching.
All right.
Because their own children, they cannot walk. Their own children are abroad, having master's degree in law, having a PhD in this thing. The poor men children that will walk, they deny them walk. They should look up. God is watching them.
All right.
That is what I have to say.
Okay. Thank you for
All right.
calling.
Thank you for calling.
95.1. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good afternoon, John Wilson. And,
Good afternoon.
Kabari. Welcome to the show.
Mommy Don. You see, me, as a River son, we find it difficult to answer your question. Are you with me? Without looking at nepotism and favor favorism. Are you with me? You there? Yes.
We're here. We can hear you.
Yes. I said it will be difficult for us to answer this question, discuss this in the exclusion of favoritism or nepotism. Now, look at it. When people said government should create jobs, you will advocate and you get tired. And supposing they do, you will not still get what you also have to do. Are you with me?
All right.
We know the system we are practicing. It is a man, no man system. It is not even a system where government can create jobs. All we need is create an enabling environment for people to strive in their businesses. And they can employ. But if you are relying that government should give you jobs, the government of this democracy we have,
all right,
madam, they will do nothing. They will do nothing. And it's better they don't do it. Otherwise,
right,
they want to use that as an avenue to loot the state.
All right, thank you for calling. We had to let you go so others can have their say. Do well to call the following numbers: 0810 9510 951. That's 0810 9510 951. Text messages, WhatsApp messages, and voice notes: 0701 9339 962. That's 0701 9339 962. We have 1 minute to kill, so okay, good. One
We'll wrap up
lucky
with that
winner.
one. Welcome to Talk That Talk. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello? Hello? All right, but could you move around? It looks like your network isn't helping. Oh, wow. We can, but it's a struggle.
And you were supposed to be a lucky last
winner,
call,
unfortunately.
winner of the call.
All right, Queenie.
Yeah,
let's wrap things up.
With just a lot of you have said, I mean, quite some thoughts, depending on where your headspace is. That government is making the environment valuable, making policies and making structures that would make employment really easy. Let the private sector really come in and make things work better. Like I said, if government stops employing or reduces employment, then what's River State, or what does it turn into? And maybe that's a question even the government needs to ask itself, and you ask, and you know what you're demanding.
I think it's been answered
of the government. Okay.
I think it was it Amy or somebody that said creative thinkers.
Creative thinkers.
River State will become a creative thinking spot.
A creative hub.
Yeah, will help other states thrive.
Even that creative hub needs
government needs enablement. Anyway, all right. Well, this is where we have to bring the show to a close. I've been Don Wilson.
I'm Queen Chima. Good afternoon.
Up next, News in 60. Sports guys to tell you what's what. Thank you for being there.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Today's news in 60.
President Bola Tinubu has directed that recovered funds from the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission be diverted to the Nigerian Educational Loan Fund to sustain its growing funding obligations. River State Governor Siminalayi Fubara has stressed the importance of polytechnic education and vocational training in addressing unemployment and producing skilled manpower capable of driving economic development. The National Open University of Nigeria, NOUN, has commenced the implementation of the Tertiary Institution Social Health Insurance Program for its students across the country. The National Universities Commission, NUC, has commenced moves to develop a national science, technology, engineering, and mathematics STEM transformation strategy aimed at repositioning Nigeria's higher education system to drive innovation, industrialization, and sustainable national development. On the foreign scene, a coalition of cross-sector bodies have filed a lawsuit against the U.S. government's new visa restrictions, seeking stability and protections for international students and scholars.
Today's news in 60. in 60.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Maybe home is somebody's smile when they look at you for the first time. Maybe home is being a home to something you love and adore with all your heart, and that is what life, friendship, and love are all about. Maybe home is listening to all of your favorite shows on Today 95.1 FM. We create memories. We inspire comfort. We are the voice of the people, and we are home away from home.
Looking to grow your business?
Ready to elevate your brand and reach the right audience? This is your moment to take your brand to the next level with Today 95.1 FM.
Your trusted voice, reaching thousands of listeners every single day.
From startups to established brands, we create powerful advertising solutions that boost your visibility and drive real growth.
Our affordable advertising packages are designed to give your business maximum visibility and real results.
Don't just advertise where people are listening.
Call us today on 0818-389-2850 or visit our station to book your slot now at Today FM Drive off East West Road, Obiako.
Today FM 95.1.
Your voice, your market, your success.
This is what we've waited for. The showdown. The fastest men in the world.
Hearts racing.
One light, two lights. They're backing off and backing.
Pulse rising.
Who will come out on top? Who'll take three lights, four lights. He's ready to be the star.
The anticipation.
Powerful, strong. Time, Tyson get right. Hold all the way. Looking right.
The heart stops.
Catch the sports game on Sports Attack Mondays through Fridays 6:30 a.m. and Today's Sport Live 3 to 4 p.m. and also on the weekends 1 to 6 p.m. only on your premium sports radio. Today 95.1 FM.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
this afternoon. Osas Human is in the house this afternoon. Osas, good afternoon to you.
Very good afternoon to you, Somto, and good afternoon to the city of Port Harcourt once more. It's a beautiful Thursday afternoon right here in the ever blazing city of Port Harcourt, and we're here to do the business of talking sports, as you well said.
You're looking rather modern day fatherly.
Clock it. Something it's I'm pretty much would I
where did that come from?
I'm pretty much excited. We are counting down tomorrow.
Yeah,
it's going to be the big one, the champions with the newcomers. I think the English Premier League will return back to our faces. Someone said, I read someone's comment, and he said it's time again for each and every one of us to take our happiness and place it in the hands of 11 men for 9 months. Yes, I think every man out there.
I will be different this season.
It'll be different this season.
I place my happiness in the hands of a woman this time around instead of Arsenal. Yeah, I don't want Arsenal to mess me up again. Last season was tipsy turvy.
I'm telling you.
I remembered myself after that Bournemouth game.
Oh.
And I remembered myself.
Was there any man last season that didn't have that sinusoidal effect when it has to do with emotions, the ups and downs? Whether Arsenal, whether Chelsea, whether Manchester City, whether Liverpool, whether Manchester United, everybody had a taste of it.
If you're a lady and your husband is an Arsenal fan or your boyfriend is an Arsenal fan, give them a hug ahead of the new season, because last season was not helpful.
But I think this season will be better.
Easier?
Easier, better. I think the Arsenal side have come of age. Every member of that team have now tasted what it means to be a champion, and I don't think it's a load on their shoulders again. It's not going to be a yoke on their neck. It's going to be easier this time. I think they'll just glide with the tide, floating on it as the season goes by. Everyone is saying Arsenal are pretty the favourites to get back to the top of the summit and defend the English Premier League title. I think I agree with them, but my focus is not on the English Premier League any longer. It's now on the UEFA Champions League. I want to see what Arsenal can do on the European stage. For 2-3 seasons, cumulatively, if I want to look at it, I could say Arsenal could be placed amongst the top 2 teams on the European stage. If you take away Paris Saint-Germain, I don't think there is any other team that has done as good as Arsenal has done in the in the UEFA Champions League for the past 2-3 seasons. So I think it's time Arsenal takes the bull by the horn. Paris Saint-Germain are beatable these days, very, very beatable these days. But when it comes to European football, they're a different beast entirely. But I think with the additions to the Arsenal setup, everywhere good at this point for Arsenal to go all the way.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, just like Osas said, it's just by my count 29 hours, less than 29 hours until the start of the 2026-2027 Premier League season. And of course, as we always do, there's a promotional poster on our social media, which you can also get in your thoughts for us to hear from you, albeit via Facebook. There's a promotional poster there, and we're asking, it's obviously kickoff is upon us. A day to go until the 2026-2027 Premier League season. Who will win the 2026-2027 Premier League title? Who wins it? Who makes your top 5? Who is your player to watch for the season? Just 3 questions. Who wins the 2026-2027 Premier League season? Who makes your top 5? Remember, the top 5 qualifies for the Champions League. Tottenham Hotspur missed out of it last season. Chelsea Football Club also missed out on it. Will both those sides get back into the top 5? And who's that one particular player you want to watch this season? Also, as for me, it's Martin Odegaard. He seems quite very, very intriguing, because I heard the reports that the word in the Arsenal base is that Odegaard returned the player possessed. I saw that in the Community Shield. I'll get your thoughts on who's that player for you to watch later on in the show. I mean, you can go pick someone from Nottingham Forest or Sunderland also as well. And for some transfer talk, Carlos Baleba, yet to get official confirmation from Manchester United on that signing, but we hear that Brighton and United are still in discussions. Is he the right replacement for Casemiro? Can he break into the midfield featuring Mino, Tielemans, Fernandes? what ultimately now becomes the midfield three of Manchester United? Is squad depth even sufficient enough? Yes, it is, but what is the leading midfield three of Manchester United? Does Kobe Mino stunt his developmental? Yuri Tillemans, hey, you were here to just bring experience and get to the bench, let the young men do their stuff. And of course, some more transfer stories. Al Hilal have shortlisted Gabriel Martinelli. Should Arsenal keep faith in their winger because of the shortage of wingers in the market, or should they cash in on Gabriel Martinelli? Head on down to our Facebook Today 95.1 FM, Today 95.1 FM. But hey, we're social media savvy and you can connect with us via social media handles. On YouTube Live is Today951FM, Today951FM. On Instagram, they share the same, or it shares the same handle as X and Twitch, Today FM 951, Today FM 951. So on Instagram, X, Twitch, Today FM 951. And also, you can also listen audio only via the website. It's www.todayfmlive.com. Click listen live either via the homepage or from the menu list. You can also connect via TuneIn and Radio Garden app. Search for Today 95.1 FM. Remember the Facebook handle is Today 95.1 FM. But hey, it doesn't mean you cannot get across to us live here in the studio. The phone line for you to keep on the side and call when we do open the phone line, it's 0810 951 0951. 0810 951 0951. I'll take you more slowly. 0810 951 0951. And of course, the SMS and WhatsApp portal never changes. You can get in your thoughts by the minutes, by the second, by the hour. That one is never shut off. So 0701 933 9962. 0701 933 9960. That's the SMS and WhatsApp port. That is always open so you can get in your thoughts. So hey, ladies and gentlemen, the 2026-2027 Premier League season, it beckons. Friday nights under the lights at the Emirates. Arsenal against Coventry City is the first game to kick off the new campaign. Of course, the champions welcome the new boys. We'll discuss all of that on the show. There's stories from basketball, from tennis, from Formula 1 and boxing. Hey, it's a delight on a Thursday afternoon in the Garden City. So of course, if you're ready, I'm ready, and let's get down into the thick of things. Let's get things underway. We'll start with some local stories. We'll start with basketball, where the Tigers head coach David Fizdale has named a 12-man roster for Nigeria's fourth window of the 2027 FIBA Men's Basketball World Cup. It's the African qualifiers, with the team set to regroup in Tunisia later this month. Now, the squad features Chimezie Metu, Josh Okogie, Caleb Agada, Stan Okoye, Chima Moneke, Ike Wamu, Udoka Zubike, Efe Abogidi, Ebuka Izundu, Mani Obaseki, Jordan Ugundiron, and of course, Michael Efebea. So did I get that right? Efebea. Efebea. Yeah. Interesting. Now, Fizdale will be supported by Dan Craig, Quentin Crawford, Deji Akindele, Dapo Adegbile on the coaching staff. One of the major talking points is the return of Moneke, who is set to make his first appearance for Nigeria in an official senior international match since the FIBA AfroBasket 2021 qualifiers in February 2021. Now, the forward was subsequently included in preliminary squads for major competitions, including the Tokyo Olympics, but failed to make the final roster and has not featured in an official The Tigers game since. So that's what do you make of that squad? The Tigers, obviously, in their fourth installment, set to regroup in Tunisia later this month for the fourth window of the 2027 FIBA Men's Basketball World Cup. Any player who should not be in this team, or any player who missed out on the roster, which you're not particularly pleased about, but hey, there's the return of the man known as Chima Moneke. Your thoughts on the Tigers?
I think that one is going to kick start on the 27th to the 30th of this month. That's in Tunisia, as the second window or the second round of qualifications for the FIBA 2027 World Cup will kickstart. We know that Team Nigeria, that's Nigeria's the Tigers, did not have it really smooth in the very first one, but they came through in the second phase, making a 3 straight up win right there, a 3-0 lead right there, or win, call that in that one, and that was what swung them back into contention there. So, I think David Fisdale has done very, very well with the selection that he's got. He kept the core of the side. You could see the likes of Kele Bagada being reintroduced into that team, or would I say refigured in that team. Stanley Okoye, the same thing, doing his thing in Spain. Ike Mamu, also in Ankara, doing his thing right there. I think these are the best hands. You can see what Chimeze Metu did in the second phase, where he led Team Nigeria to that 3-0 sweep in that qualifying window in Luanda, and you could say that these guys are more than ready at this point. Chima Muneke, you talked about, returning back to the team, being able to keep 13 to 15 points per game and 6+ rebounds and in his domestic games this season for Baskonia. You could say that the man is actually very much in form right now to be drafted into the Tigers squad. Josh Okoje for Utah Jazz, very, very renowned and formidable guard right there, will definitely be doing the defensive duties there for the Tigers. So I think they would be repeating what they did in the second phase again. This time, all we need is just go out there and see how you can pick up the 2027 FIBA World Cup tickets. I think from both ends, one person would qualify automatically. So I think Nigeria should be looking at doing that. It's not going to be a big deal. They've shown that they can stand toe-to-toe with the big guys. They can do it at the biggest of stages. So what's going to be holding back Nigeria's the Tigers right now? They've got a formidable coach in David Fisdale. He's been a professional basketball coach for quite some time right now, and you could say he's got all it takes to lead this team to El Dorado. His focus when he came in, he said he wants to take the team to the 2028 Los Angeles Olympic Games and see how far his work can go between now and then. You could see that he had very good runs with the Memphis Grizzlies as well as the New York Knicks back in 2018, and you could say this man knows his onions right here. So he's with the Nigerian side. All hopes are high right now. Everyone is expecting big things from the Tigers, not like when it all started, this qualifiers. From the second phase of it, I think everybody now believes that the Tigers can go all the way to pick a ticket to the 2027 FIBA World Cup. Let's just see how it happens. It's a couple of days from now, and we'll see them on the big stage again. And I hope and I wish them the best of luck.
All right, let's rumble in boxing, where Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury could have more than bragging rights at stake when they finally meet, with the winner potentially earning an opportunity to challenge for the WBC heavyweight title. Now, the long-awaited All-British Showdown is expected to take place in New York this November, although an official announcement is yet to be made. Now, Fury has, however, strongly hinted that confirmation of the bout is imminent. Joshua and Fury have been on a collision course for more than a decade, but have never faced each other, while either man had held a world heavyweight championship. Now, their eventual meeting is expected to be contested without a championship belt, of course, on the line. However, the winner could move into position for a shot at the WBC champion, Ajit Kabayel, who became the organization's title holder after Alexander Usyk vacated the belt. Now, Kabayel is expected to make the first defense of his title later this year before potentially facing either Joshua or Fury in 2027. So what do you make of that? Is it high time these two guys vacate the title picture, or this is a good development? Kabayel is expected to make his first defense of his title later this year, and there's an extra incentive. Potentially the winner of Anthony Joshua against Tyson Fury gets a shot at Caballero in 2027. Happy with this?
I want to say I have mixed feelings about it because you can look at Agi Caballero and you look at the rest of the guys that were on that pecking order, holding on to the WBO, the WBA, and the rest of IBF and all of that. You could say if Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua were not motivated before to go ahead, maybe looking at this bout as that's talking about the bout between Fury and Joshua, the all British bout, looking at it and saying, okay, this should be that one last dance before we call it a wrap in the world of boxing. I think they are double motivated at this point because when you look at those at the top of it all, when it has to do with those holding on to the heavyweight belt right now, you could want to say that Fury and Joshua can have a shot at it because these are not the best of hands at a particular point. You could see that the best of hands now became a certain Alexander Usyk, and it looked like there was no other person to challenge him for that. And at that point, you could look at what we have now and what we had then when we didn't have any person to challenge any of these guys for that. You could look at what we have now and what we have then, and you could say what we have then was even better than what we have now because you had the likes of the Bronze Bomber in that mix. You had the likes of Fabian Ruiz. Did I say Fabian Ruiz? Andy Ruiz Jr. in that mix also, and you could say, yeah, these guys are probably better than what we have right now in the likes of Agi Caballero and the rest of them. But what can you say? What can you say? You look at Caballero, you look at Daniel Dubois, you look at Murat Gassiev for the WBA, you look at a vacant IBF belt where the one you're looking at is Filip Hugovic. And you're saying, these guys have just called now. How can they stand up to the likes of Andy Ruiz Jr. during his A days, to the likes of the Bronze Bomber during his A days? And you say, fine. It's like a motivation to Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua that if they can get through that bout, then they can go in and maybe grab one of these belts and still come back as a heavyweight champion before maybe they call it quits in the game of boxing. But I think let's keep our eyes first on what we would be expecting from these two British guys who have done it in the biggest of stages when they were at the topmost of their career, and towards the twilight, they want to give us something to savour, which is that bout that we have all waited for. So let's just concentrate on that bout. Then what comes after, it's fine. I think fate and time will tell.
All right, let's touch on Formula One and, of course, tennis, because there was a very big story in Formula One this afternoon. Max Verstappen, he has signed a new long-term Red Bull contract until 2030 to end speculation over his future. Now, Verstappen's previous deal was due to expire at the end of 2028, and it is understood that his management held talks with McLaren earlier this year over a switch for 2027. Now, the new contract will see him stay at Red Bull until at least the end of 2030, when Verstappen will be 33 years old. Also, very sure you saw this in the morning.
Yeah.
And no stranger you are to the sport, of course, an expert in these things. It was looming and spoken about for some time that Verstappen is going to leave Red Bull. He's not happy with what's going on there. He's not happy with the sports. All of a sudden, things have changed for the better for Red Bull, for starters. Verstappen also said he was even leaning towards retirement than switching sides.
Yeah.
Did this shock you? Or on the second thoughts, your opinion on Max Verstappen's renewal at Red Bull? Because even George Russell had said something and said he never felt under pressure that Verstappen
was going to
move to Mercedes potentially, because it seemed like there was a partnership on the cards for Toto Wolff, Russell and Verstappen, and then Antonelli was performing very well this season, so it seemed like the man to replace is George Russell. But in general, Verstappen until 2030 for Red Bull.
Yeah, Verstappen until 2030 for Red Bull. What a match made in heaven. I think for me, I didn't I didn't see him leaving Red Bull. See, if you want to look at it clearly, place it on the table and connect the dots, let's say dot the I's and cross the T's, you will see clearly that Verstappen shouldn't be thinking of leaving Red Bull. Where are you going to at this point? You've built a name for yourself in Red Bull. That's one of the reasons why he said, I'll rather retire than leave Red Bull. Because where are you going to be going to? You go to McLaren, you know what happens in McLaren. There is an Oscar Piastri who isn't happy with what's happening at McLaren because it looks like McLaren gets to favor one particular driver. So now imagine if he wants to move to McLaren, who is going to be leaving? It's definitely Oscar Piastri, and he gets to pair with Lando Norris, who happens to be the favorite when it has to do with McLaren. And are you going to be seeing a Max Verstappen come to struggle with Lando Norris? I don't think that would be best for Max Verstappen, because see, even if he comes there, he's a big name. But now look, Lando Norris is also a world champion. In fact, the most recent world champion. And who do you think McLaren will want to favor? Lando Norris has got the odds in favor of him, and he has got the championship also in his favor, because he is the latest of them all, the closest of them all. So I think it's going to be, it would have been very difficult for Max Verstappen to find his feet at McLaren. Okay, are you talking about Mercedes? How do you want to go to Mercedes at this point? If maybe Kimi Antonelli wasn't performing at optimal levels, then you could say he would have gone to Mercedes. But you go to Mercedes, Toto Wolff is not going to look at Kimi and say, hi, hey, sit off, you're not going to be the driver, because that young man is looking like the face of Mercedes for years to come. He's looking like the next best thing after Lewis Hamilton when it has to do with Mercedes. So are you going to be sitting out or sitting off a Kimi Antonelli to entertain a Max Verstappen who you're not sure of? He's not been able to give some breathtaking performances like he did 2 seasons ago, for the past 2 seasons now. Called that 3 seasons ago. He has not been able to do it in the past 2 seasons now. It looks like he's been fighting with his car. He's been fighting with the engineers and all of that. So what else? Which other constructor do you think Max Verstappen would have gone to at this point? Not even Ferrari. You shouldn't think about it. So where else? Sit back at Red Bull. After all, you're not too young a driver. 2030 you'll be 33, meaning in 4 years time already you're 29. So if that is the case, it's best to sit back at Red Bull, where you are known and you're celebrated, and let's see if things could change, if things could get better for you. So that's the wisest of decisions Max Verstappen has done, and I think I will congratulate him for that.
All right, Max Verstappen until 2030 for the Red Bull franchise. Let's talk some tennis now, because world number 1 Aryna Sabalenka has been knocked out of the Cincinnati Open after suffering a shock straight sets defeat to Czech player Sira Bezlek. Now, the 35th ranked and unseeded Bezlek defeated the 4-time Grand Slam champion Sabalenka 7-6, 6-4 in just under 2 hours to advance to the quarterfinals of the WTA 1000 event. Now, Bezlek rallied from 5-1 down in the first set tiebreaker, then came from 4-1 behind in the second set to clinch her first career victory over a top 10 opponent. Now, the 20-year-old from Nojmo will face Madison Keys in the quarterfinals. Now, Corey Goff, on the other hand, advanced to the quarterfinals after sweeping past 22nd seeded Czech Mary Buskova 6-3, 6-2. The 4th seeded Goff needed just 1 hour and 33 minutes to progress and will face Ukraine's Marta Kostyuk next for his spot in the semi-finals. Now, on the men's side, Tommy Paul saved a match point to defeat top seed Alexander Zverev 4-6, 7-6, 6-4 and reach the quarterfinals of the Cincinnati Open after a nearly 90 minutes rain delay. He will face Flavio Cobolli in the quarterfinals. Now, Frances Tiafoe, on the other hand, notched a milestone victory when he delivered one of the most composed performances of a season to upset second seed Felix Auger-Aliassime 6-4, 6-4 at the ATP Masters 1000 events. Now, the American will next face Lorenzo Musetti, who defeated Jamie Farias 7-5, 6-2 in 75 minutes. Now, for some other games or some other matches, Arthur Fields also made his mark as he came through with a 6-3, 6-4 win over 5th seed Alex de Minaur. Taylor Fritz, on the other hand, the highest ranked American man remaining in the tournament, beat Australian Christopher O'Connell in straight sets 6-4, 6-3. Meanwhile, Thiago Tirante, who beat Novak Djokovic in the second round, became the first Argentine to reach the quarters in Cincinnati since Juan Martín del Potro in 2018 with a 5-7, 6-4, 6-4 win over Jakub Mensik. Osas,
Did you just say Yakubu Menchik?
No, Yakubu Menchik.
It sounded like Yakubu Menchik.
No, that one we never reach that side for football. Anyways, Osas is happening in Cincinnati. First of all, the top seeded
Arena Sabalenka
WTA player is out. Top seeded ATP player is out. The second seeded ATP player is out. And for Sabalenka, first of all, the implications of that loss. Bejlek was 5-1 down in the first set tiebreaker. In the second set, 4-1 behind. I don't want to say it's no disrespect to the 20-year-old, by the way, but a player of Sabalenka's expertise, this was an awful loss heading into the US Open, which starts in the next couple of days.
Yeah, an awful loss. I don't know what to say about Arina
You can also
Sabalenka.
win on the men's side of things.
Yeah, sure. I don't know what to say about Arina Sabalenka these days. One of the biggest consequences of this is that she is definitely going to be losing her number one spot, because we still have Elena Rybakina in the quarters of this. Yeah, she's going to be up tomorrow against Iga Swiatek. A huge one there for Elena Rybakina. So if the Kazakhs can beat Swiatek and move ahead, I think she will be the favorite to lift this particular one. And if she does lift it in Cincinnati, I think she would usurp Arina Sabalenka at the top of the summit and get into the US Open as world number one. And you know what that means? It's a morale boost for Arina Sabalenka. I think this is where we have to pull the plug. Whatever needs to be done needs to be done. See, it is austerity measures right now. It is that red alert, because see, she's going to be going through the season probably empty-handed with the Grand Slams, because with this she would be going into the US Open, and I think everyone would be powered up knowing that they can beat Arina Sabalenka at any point. It was Bejlek who got this one over, or Bejlek who got this one over her. So we have seen very young players beat her. Even the ones we call the old and gone, like Naomi Osaka, did the same thing not too far away. So if she continues like this, I don't know how she would want to replicate or get close to what the likes of Serena Williams did in the world of tennis. So it's a pity at this point. She's one player that doesn't know how to handle her emotions, finding that inner strength most of the times. When she gets behind, she just stays behind. She doesn't know how to mount up and get herself back into it. But I think there's still every much room for Arina Sabalenka to find her missing piece, every much room for her to get her mojo back in place. Then for the guys, I like what the young guys are doing in the world of tennis these days, the likes of Brandon Nakashima. In fact, all the US players are doing absolutely great in the Cincinnati Open. The likes of Brandon Nakashima doing real good things there. Otho Fields, as you mentioned, beating Alex Diminov, number 5 seed, or call that the 5th seed in this particular one. It's not a fluke. It means that the French understands what it feels to be at this point. And you could also look at Lorenzo Musetti, one of the most experienced players right now on the court, doing it also, making sure that he gets into the next stage. Francis Tiafoe, the same. So the US guys are doing pretty well, and it's going to be a cancel out for them now, as tomorrow Taylor Fritz will take on Brandon Nakashima. I wish these two guys would have been on different sides. I want to see how far these US guys will go on United States soil. It will also shake up and show up what will happen in the US Open. It's been very long we had somebody from the US go all out to win a Grand Slam in the United States. It's been all about the Spaniard Carlos Alcaraz, the Italian Yannick Sinner, and even Novak Djokovic. So it's been quite a very, very long time back. We remember the names like Andy Roddick who did that. But it's been a very, very long one. But I want to see if they can get on and bring their A game even in the US Open. And the best way to start it is from the Cincinnati Open. Let's see how far they can go.
Let's talk some football stories very quickly. We'll start with the home scene. Former Super Falcons captains Desire Oparanozie, Patience Avre, and Kikelomo Ajayi have warned that Nigeria can no longer survive on past glory as the Super Falcons prepare to resume their 2028 Women's Olympic qualifying campaign in October under a new technical crew following the team's historic failure to qualify for the 2027 FIFA Women's World Cup. Of course, it's the first time since the launch of the FIFA Women's World Cup in 1991 that the Falcons will not be appearing in that, following their 2-1 loss to South Africa. And the NFF subsequently asked the technical crew led by coach Justin Madugu to step down on Monday alongside former Falcons goalkeeper coach Anne Chiejini and Owal Makwala, and Swedish duo Igor Kluge and Per Carlson, who also served as video analyst and fitness coach respectively. Now, the DG of the National Sports Commission, Bukola Olokpade, has hinted that a new technical crew will be in place before the Falcons resume their Olympic qualifiers in October against Comoros, who advanced to the second round after a 30-0 aggregate victory against Sudan. And now, Ajayi, who captained the Super Falcons through several major tournaments, said Nigeria must stop looking to the past, instead build a new era of success. So, very quickly, are you confident? Morale is at an all-time low. Encouragement is not in the best form right now. Are you confident the Falcons can reach LA 2028?
Yes, I think they can, because number one, they will be motivated with the fact that this is the last straw that could break the camel's back.
Comoros won 30-0 against Sudan.
That's Sudan. You can't know. Comoros can.
Legs.
No. With our eyes closed, we beat Comoros back and forth, home and away.
We said with our eyes closed before WAFCON.
No, but not for Comoros. They are not a female footballing nation now.
Okay.
They aren't. Forget what happened in the Women's African Cup of Nations. It's due to so many circumstances beyond their control. But even the Malawians understood that if an extra 5 to 10 minutes was added in that game, there would have been an equalizer. So, but I think the Falcons. Let's see what happens under the new administration, or call that the new team that will be leading the Super Falcons to that qualifier. I believe they will want to do everything possible to write their names in gold, so it's going to be a smooth one for the Super Falcons. But well said, talking about Deborah Abiodun there, as she stated that we shouldn't be looking at past glory. It's not okay. That's Ajayi, isn't it? Okay, I thought that was Abiodun. Yeah. So now Ajayi stating that we shouldn't be looking at past glory. It's
you pay me for the little thing.
Sure. So very well said. We shouldn't be looking at past glory. Gone are the days where we had Messi Akide, where we had the Super Falcons go to the WAFCON, and they went to, which WAFCON was that? Was that the 2006, or we'll call that 2003 WAFCON? Or that 2006 or 2002 WAFCON, and scored 28 goals and did not concede a single goal on their way to the final and winning that one. Yeah, fine. That was then. It's probably going to be very difficult now, because there is so much of tactics in football. There is so much of technology in football. Even if you don't know how to play football these days, you've got everything that could teach you. AI is there, robotics is there. Everything has changed in the world of football. So it's probably very difficult now these days for you to come all out and say, yeah, I get them before na property. Is very, very difficult, because even when you go to the biggest of stages, you find out that the most skillful players are not the ones that perform the best in football. These we used to have days where you have players come out and tell you, hear stories of Ronaldo said he wanted to go back to Brazil to attend a party, and his coach Ancelotti or Mourinho said, hey, you have to score. If you can score 3 or 4 goals, you go. See, it's not like that again. It's very difficult. I don't think Ronaldo will come, De Lima will come here and do that again, score 4 goals and get on the private jet and move to Brazil, because football has gotten a bit more technical. It's no longer dependent on skill. So it's very spot on there for Ajayi to have said that. So it's now for us to put our eyes down, get back to the drawing board and see how to work something out.
Okay, let's move to some international football. By the way, in the transfer scene, Joao Cancelo has now been officially unveiled as a new Barcelona player. That signing has been completed by the Blaugrana. Osas, at this point in time, who's your Ballon d'Or favorite? Very difficult, right? I think because of the World Cup made it difficult at this point in time.
Yes, it made it difficult. If I would want to see, okay, my biased self will say Lionel Messi, but no, it's Harry Kane for me.
Harry Kane?
Yes, I'm looking at Harry Kane.
Okay, because he shares your thoughts, right?
Yes.
Harry Kane has said he has set his sights on the Ballon d'Or after receiving his second European Golden Shoe in Munich yesterday. Now, the England captain collected the prize after scoring the most goals in Europe's top divisions last season. Kane won the 2023-2024 award after a prolific first season at Bayern, but said this year's honor tasted even better than the first. He scored 36 goals in 31 Bundesliga games last term, netting 6 times at the World Cup, also to become England's top scorer in the competition with 14 goals. In total, he has 73 goals for club and country last season. He's hoping to receive football's highest individual honor after his best season ever, according to him.
Yeah.
So you think Harry Kane deserves the Ballon d'Or?
I think he does outright.
But is it also not a function of what happens between now and when does the Ballon d'Or ceremony come up?
I think it's in October.
October, yeah? A lot could change, could it?
A lot could change, but how would a lot change for someone who has scored 73 goals already through the season? See, it's all about the goals.
Bayern didn't win the Champions League.
Bayern didn't win the Champions
Harry
League.
Kane did not even win the World Cup.
But of recent, we've seen Ballon d'Or, most especially during the A-list era of Lionel Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo. It has been determined so much by goals scored. So if we go back to that and we use that as our judgment factor, then you look at Harry Kane scoring 73 goals in a particular season.
Messi won the Champions League in 2009. Won it in 2012.
Yeah,
in 2011, sorry.
Yes, he won the Champions
Ronaldo
League.
won it in 2013, 2014.
Yes, but we also had Ballon d'Or eras where Messi did not win the Champions League. No, winning in 2010 was part of that one. But he scored about 80 something goals.
Was it 2011 where he had 91 goals in a calendar year?
2012.
Was it 2012?
That was 2012 where he had 91 goals in a was that 92 or 91 goals? Yes. So, but
91.
In 2010 he scored about 80 something through, and he didn't win anything. That was why we had the argument that Wesley Sneijder should have picked that one, because he won the Champions League that year. He won the Italian Serie A, the Italian Coppa Italia, and also got to the final of the World Cup. So he should have won that particular one, but fine, he didn't win it. And we could say, okay, because of the brilliance in goals that Lionel Messi had. We've also seen cases where Ronaldo also won due to the goals he put in. So if Harry Kane can put in 73 goals, he should have a shout.
Okay.
I'm looking at the others around him, and no one comes really, really close.
Okay, just some transfer stories. As I did tell you, Joao Cancelo has signed on a free transfer to Barcelona until June 2029. He's 32 years of age. By the way, he did spend last season on loan, and Barcelona have moved. Now, big breaking news this afternoon. Manchester City, according to David Ornstein, they have inquired to Crystal Palace about Adam Wharton, but then they were immediately told that the 22-year-old will not be available this summer. We hear he's on the short list of midfielders for Manchester City to sign this summer. Curtis Jones will undergo a medical from Inter Milan, from Liverpool, and also Fabrizio Romano is also reporting that Ayub Wadi's deal to Manchester City could be completed very soon. City and Lille are in the final stages of negotiations. Now, Tottenham Hotspur, they are working on 2 deals. They're working to sign Savinho and Omar Mamouche for Manchester City. That's according to David Ornstein. They're hoping to land both the Brazil winger and the Egypt striker. We also hear this does not affect their attempt to sign Cody Gakpo. I don't know who is bankrolling Tottenham Hotspur, but we need to really check that.
They also had their hands on Yao Palinha from
but he's gone to
Bayern,
Benfica
but he's
now.
gone to Benfica. So I don't know. They just want to sign everybody at this point. Had the mind to go in for Victor Osimhen at one point.
All right, we hear Ezri Konsa is currently undergoing his medical. By the way, Mikel Arteta is currently facing the media ahead of that game against Coventry. So Konsa is also undergoing his medical at Shobarelti Training Center of Arsenal. Now, with their pursuit of Julian Alvarez looking to be unsuccessful, Barca have turned their attention to other strikers, Ekrem Kuno, and of course, Villarreal's Georges Mikadutse, and of course, Inter Milan's Lautaro Martinez. Inter Milan have said they do not want to sell Lautaro Martinez, so it's going to be a long summer for Barcelona. Before we head to the phone lines, hey, again, we welcome the biggest and the most entertaining, arguably, the League of Delight in world football. make way for the 2026-2027 Premier League season. It all resumes tomorrow from 8 p.m. Arsenal against Coventry City. We'll do a much more huge build-up tomorrow, but let's just get your thoughts on what you expect this season. Also, I'll start with you. For you, let's start and ask, who wins the Premier League this season?
Obviously, Arsenal. Obviously, Arsenal.
No contender.
No contender.
I saw the Pep Guardiola documentary yesterday. I've been seeing some clips. Pep went through a lot last season.
Obviously, in the hands of Arsenal. Vice versa also.
Okay.
But I think Arsenal, as I said at the start of the show, Arsenal are in these are local palace. What do we call it? They don't. You know,
Queen
wins.
is an Arsenal fan, and she actually smiled when you said.
She did.
Arsenal.
I think. Okay, we're almost complete Arsenal fans here. If we have 3 Arsenal fans and maybe the other who doesn't watch football, could say we're all Arsenal fans
very soon.
Yes, very soon. So, but I think it's definitely going to be Arsenal. They're the most complete side.
Okay.
I looked. I saw something this afternoon. Sonto, and it was Arsenal's complete squad. Every department there is Havertz.
I mean, they have the best goalkeeper in the league.
They have the best goalkeeper in the league.
They've brushed up their defense once again with SG Konsa.
Yeah,
I would say something very interesting about Konsa.
You could have 2 persons at top form or performing at the topmost. Coming for us now at any point in time, the way we have the Arsenal set up right now. From that left-hand side, are you going to be looking at Christoph Zolis and thinking he would not do exploits this season? Obviously, he's going to do exploits this season. And
the best midfield, obviously.
The best midfield.
But then I was talking about Konsa has the best ground use success rate of any player in the Premier League last season, 73.1. He was just dribbled past 3 times in the Premier League last season. Of the defenders to play more than 2,500 minutes, only Virgil van Dijk was beaten fewer. Twice. Arsenal have some heavy artillery on their hands. And I want to get your thoughts on the Champions League race. Who makes it to the Champions League? Of course, Arsenal automatically in there. What other 4 teams will make it to the Champions League?
Okay, this time I think Manchester United will make it. I want to put them above Manchester City.
Above Manchester City?
Yeah. I want to put them above Manchester City.
You think Man City will struggle this season?
I think they will. They will struggle.
They won't even be in the title race.
I don't think they will be in the title race. The title race is going to be between Arsenal and Chelsea. Take it to the bank, between Arsenal and Chelsea.
Okay.
It's going to be between Arsenal and Chelsea. So Manchester United will get in. I want to put Chelsea over City. Then City will come in and Liverpool will complete that top 5.
Those Tottenham Hotspur with all the signings?
No.
Okay, who's that one player to watch out for this season?
I want to watch out for João Pedro.
João Pedro, he's been given the number 9 share.
Yes. So
he collected the number 9 share. Do you think he should have just stayed with his number 20?
I think he should have read the books. He should have read the books. He should have read the books of history, but fine, he has gotten it. They say change begins at one point. It could start with him. He came into the season Chelsea's most scoring player in the preseason games. I don't know if he can take that form into the English Premier League, but I want to see what João Pedro has to offer. Now he's been given that open check. Go out there. You have the killer instinct. Get the goals. Let's see what he has to offer.
I'm going to ask you 2 direct questions. Should Arsenal sell Gabriel Martinelli, yes or no? Al Hilal have added him to their shortlist.
No.
Okay. What about Manchester United? What is the starting midfield 3 if Baleba joins?
I think Bruno has to be there.
Yeah.
And let's say Kobe Mainoo. I think Kobe Mainoo would have a chance in this season. Okay, Bruno, Mainoo, and Baleba.
Tielemans to the bench.
Tielemans would just be... Tielemans, based on age, I think he would just be that player that comes in to bring in experience, just like Casemiro was at one point.
Let me go to the phone line, 08109510951. Let me get your thoughts on everything we've discussed. Of course, your Premier League champions, who would they be? The top 5, who would they be? Which player are you watching out for this season? Who is the Manchester United midfield trio? And of course, Arsenal, Martinelli are being forced out of the club. Hi, good afternoon to you. Welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon. I greet everybody in that studio.
Welcome, Barry Digedon.
Thank you. My name is Barry from the Radio Governor. Well, everybody started to his or her opinion. That's one thing I know. But if I'm to give my you know, let me talk about this Baleba to Manchester United.
Go ahead.
Yes, if they had signed Baleba like 2 seasons ago, it might have been a fantastic sign, honestly speaking. Unfortunately, man, you wait until the guy can't finish. The guy is washed. Honestly speaking, that Baleba we used to know before. Right now, Baleba is not even a defensive midfielder, central midfielder. Currently, Manchester United, they don't have a defensive midfielder after Casemiro left. So this one they are signing. I just, what I'm concerned is just, I don't mean rubbish. They are signing rubbish. And for the league table, how the league table first 5, I'm going for Chelsea to win the league. Followed by Tottenham. Then Arsenal. Arsenal will finish. Then followed by Manchester City. Then followed by Aston Villa.
Okay.
Yes. Followed by Aston Villa.
Okay.
It's a player to watch to watch this season. I think Joe Pedro, just like one of your colleagues said, that guy is something else. I'm telling you, that guy is something else.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your thoughts. Hi. Good afternoon to you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, guys.
Welcome, Simon.
Simon for room.
Welcome.
I don't want to talk too much. Arsenal have already wrapped up the league. Even when league have not even started. So what will be asking now? Who will come second, third? And Chelsea will not even come second. See, I want to say it now. Premiership is starting tomorrow. So that nobody will say maybe because when league don't go half or whatever. If Chelsea finish second this season, I will stop watching football. Chelsea are not going to even see second. If they can see third, and that they can see fourth, but they can just qualify for Champions League. Let them just play to qualify for Champions League. That is just it. But what I want to ask you, what of Arsenal and Osimhen Beach? Are they not going again?
Well, we've not heard Arsenal put in a...
Because yesterday I saw some channels here they are discussing about it. That even Arsenal has increased it to even 120%. You know? So, I mean, Arsenal management, let them just try. Let them just try. I don't know how they just do. Let them just try. Bring it to Osimhen. Let them just bring it to Osimhen. Osimhen, Otilo, Ogola. Guys, in fact, it means that Arsenal will even go and beat himself. That is just it.
Okay.
If we are talking about to win league, we are going to win league. But how we are going to win the league now? And Arsenal are not going to win this league with no less than 10 points gap. Thank you.
Thank you for your thoughts, Simon. Well, I've not heard any official confirmation that Arsenal have put in a bid for Victor Osimhen. Once we do hear that, of course, you will be the first to know about that. Hi, good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon, my brother.
Lucky, welcome to the show.
Yes, Lucky from Abia State. My brother, you see, Arsenal Coventry City tomorrow, ba?
Yes, sir.
What time?
By 8 p.m.
8 p.m. in
Yes,
the
sir.
night. Okay. Yes. I think Coventry City, that's winning. 1-0. You see, Ezra Maraska, my friend, his friend. Yes, I give him this league. I go carry him. Please update me some transfer, some Chelsea transfer.
Chelsea, you
Please,
never are you not tired, Lucky? Chelsea, are you not tired of signing? I'll update you with some of the things I can find. Of course, Benoit Badiashile has left the club, and I'll give you more reports on Chelsea. 08109510951. By the way, the SMS and WhatsApp portal is still very active. 0701-933-9962. Hi, good afternoon to you. Welcome.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, my brother.
Amos, the Barcelona legend.
Legend, welcome to the show.
Yes. You know, the EPL is about to start, and the bad belly people are all already wishing Arsenal bad luck again, that they will not win. Even if when Arsenal wins the Champions League, they will still be saying something else. They will not learn. Just as Osa said, see, Arsenal scored. Me, I'm scared of it. That squad is so scary. Not just in the EPL, even in Europe. Mind you, last year, I say last year, last season, they almost won the UCL. You understand?
Yeah.
So that EPL, undoubtedly, they are going to win it because I'm not even seeing the contender. Chelsea scored very good. Man United scored very, very good. But my problem with Chelsea squad is that it's a rebuilding squad. A lot of new players will come with new manager. So I don't think they will be able to win. Then Man United have always played on transition. So I don't think they can win. But, you don't talk about Barcelona. You don't talk about us. You are not scared of us that we are likely to win the Champions League this year.
No, we've not started building up to the Champions League now.
So I only see Arsenal, Barcelona, and PSG in Europe. Those three teams are going to be very, very good this season. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for your thoughts, Amos. Still squeezing a few calls. 0810-951-0951. That's the number to call. On the WhatsApp portal, Ernest Fomoji is saying for us, Arsenal will win the league, right? He said for us, Arsenal will win the league, right? Arsenal fans be like Pep. Arsenal fans like the fact Pep is gone, I think, and they will be dominating. And I asked, before Pep came, how many EPLs were you dominating? That's a very interesting question.
Interesting question.
Let me squeeze in this call. Hi, good afternoon to you. Welcome.
Hello, good afternoon.
Yes, 1 minute, please.
I'm George, calling from...
George, welcome.
Okay, my take on this just God will not agree for...
George, are you there?
Yes, I am. Hello?
Your network is a bit shaky, but go on.
I don't want them to say it cannot happen. Anyway,
George, I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to let you go. Your network is a bit dicey. Please adjust your position and just call us back, okay? I could squeeze in one more call. 30 seconds, please. Hi, good afternoon to you.
Before Pep come out, now we are building stadium. After we started building our team. So we are landlord now. We are not selling clubs again. We are the landlord. So the person that asked the question before Pep come, I answered the question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Simon. You're a great man. Let me take this message on WhatsApp. It says, good afternoon, brother. Do you know that Arsenal Football Club will not win their opening league match against Coventry City? Mark today's date. My name is Chidi Obijieze, aka Bonanza. I think that's a Bonanza prediction. Bonanza, bless God. Thank you for your thoughts. On the Facebook portal, Skifu Perry is saying the top 5 teams to win the EPL this season. Manchester United, I think you're giving them the Premier League title. Arsenal second, Spurs third, City fourth, Liverpool fifth. Interesting thoughts. Listen, I'll be here for Sports Attack tomorrow morning by 6:30 a.m. But then we'll also come back here this same time, 3 p.m. For another edition of Today's Sports Live. We'll do this in Pidgin. It's the Friday special edition. I've got a very special gift tomorrow. Yeah, it's the start of the Premier League, so you don't want to miss the show. My name is Somtasik. I did the show with Osasi Kinwin. Do have yourselves a lovely Thursday evening ahead. Of course, Queen Chima is looking dazzling and ready to bounce me out for the news. Do keep it locked on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
Good evening. Here is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I'm Queen Chima. Troops of the Joint Task Force Northwest Operation Fancy Nyema have rescued 10 civilians in separate operations across Sokoto, Kebbi, and Zamfara states. The Media Information Officer of the Joint Task Force, Lieutenant Colonel Aliyu Denja, disclosed this in a statement on Thursday, saying the operations were part of ongoing efforts to protect lives and secure communities in the Northwest. He said troops conducting a patrol in Isa, local government area of Sokoto State, encountered a terrorist ambush but responded swiftly, forcing the attackers to flee, which resulted to the rescue of 5 civilians during the encounter and recovering 2 motorcycles abandoned by the fleeing terrorists. Earlier, troops acting on intelligence rescued 3 kidnapped victims in Danko, Wasagu local government area of Kebbi State, and the victims were profiled and handed over to the appropriate local authorities. Also in Zamfara State, troops responded to terrorist activities in Safe, local government area, forcing the attackers to flee and abandon 2 captives. The Joint Task Force said efforts were ongoing to track and neutralize the fleeing terrorists while urging residents to continue providing timely and credible information to security agencies. The federal government says it will begin implementing its 90,000-kilometer nationwide fiber optic network project in October. The Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Bosun Tijani, said funding for the project has been secured as part of efforts to expand broadband connectivity and reach undeserved communities. Tijani disclosed this in Abuja at a National Innovation Hub Standards Framework workshop, noting that the project, known as Project Bridge, would increase Nigeria's fiber backbone from about 35,000 kilometers to roughly 125 kilometers through a public-private partnership. The minister said the government also plans to deploy about 3,700 telecom towers to communities without network coverage while renewing Nigeria's communications satellite to extend connectivity to hard-to-reach areas. He added that the investments are aimed at supporting sectors such as agriculture, healthcare, education and technology, and the government's digital strategy would focus on infrastructure, digital platforms and support for innovators and businesses. The presidency has pledged its support for the forthcoming Global Alliance World Public Relations Forum scheduled to hold in Abuja from November 15 to 21, 2026. Special Advisor to President Bola Tinubu on Information Strategy, Bayo Nanuga, gave the assurance when he received members of the Planning Committee at the State House. Onanuga said the forum would provide an opportunity for Nigeria to project its image positively and correct negative narratives about the country. Also speaking, the president of the Nigerian Institute of Public Relations, Ike Neliako, said Nigeria is the first African country to secure the hosting rights for the event. He added that delegates would sign the Abuja Declaration, while Zambian President Hakainde Hichilema is expected to deliver the keynote address. Neliako also said President Bola Tinubu would receive a Lifetime Award of Excellence in Reforms during the forum. On the foreign scene, the AFC M23 rebel alliance in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo has tightened movement restrictions after 2 travelers from a government-held area tested positive for Ebola in rebel-controlled territory. The measures are aimed at preventing further spread of the virus as the country battles a rapidly expanding Ebola outbreak. The AFC M23 administration said shared taxis on the Goma-Kirumba road would be suspended for 1 month from Saturday, and passenger boats and some routes across Lake Edward would also be halted as part of containment measures. However, taxi buses would continue operating on the road under health and safety controls, while trucks transporting goods would remain permitted. And that was the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I'm Queen Chima. Thank you so much for listening. Good evening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
It all begins with breaking news.
Now make no mistake, this is a difficult mission, and it will remain difficult for some time.
Then it keeps trending. Events, issues, personalities, all struggling to gain attention. But in the race for deadlines, the intrigues, power play on the currents are often missed or underreported.
Insecurity here is basically a product of poverty.
But not anymore. As the platform on radio steps in to fill the missing links on events, issues, and personalities in the news.
We are not afraid of anybody. Yeah!
The platform on radio serves only the hottest topics and trending issues. Only on Today 95.1 FM. 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt.
Weekdays, 4 p.m.
Get on the platform on radio and be served.
stand, greet.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. You're welcome to Jagbajantis High School. My name is Sam Sultan, your new mathematics teacher. By the way, do you understand pidgin English?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now what we go use this for? Okay, carry your paper. Carry your paper. Hey, them for my class. People of this world, them plenty. The sins of this people, many, so many. Many times plenty, multiplier. Many times plenty, multiplier. Multiplier. The answer you get now waiting, they make come and they cry. The answer you get now waiting, they make rich man they mess and leaders they lie. The answer you get now waiting, they make young boys and girls join party guys. Answer you get now waiting, they make innocent man rot inside the jail. Get it, and then agree to grant a bail. Get it, oh. Everybody, join Jagbajantis, we solve mathematics. We need a our continent, so Oyinbo say about mass we go use take solve mathematics. So follow Jagbajantis. So ya carry by be for brotherhood. Love your neighbor as yourself. Oh, for objective.
Time check in. 7 minutes past 4. Welcome to another edition of the platform on radio on your premium talk station Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I'm Don Wilson. I shall give you insight into some of the news reports making the round. The platform on radio is a program where we come to dissect trending issues with our correspondent reports. Our correspondents are out there sourcing reports from the field, and on this program we take their reports and have them give us more details. Perhaps you get to hear what's not entirely in the news. In the headlines this evening, Rivers State residents urge government to revive palliative bus scheme. Onelga family accuses Rivers Health Management Board of abandoning hospital land agreement. Finance Minister faults social media backlash against World Bank loans. All right, you're all caught up on the three stories on the table. Now, if you'd like to be part of the show when that time rolls around, of course, here are the numbers: 0810-9510-951. That's 0810-9510-951. For text messages, WhatsApp messages, and voice notes, 0701-9339-962. 0701-9339-962. Now you can be part of the show via our social media handles: YouTube Live, Today951FM, that's Today951FM. You can also be part of the show via the website where you can listen, www.todayfmlive.com. That's www.todayfmlive.com. Listen live right there in the middle of your screen. You tap that and you're in. TuneIn and Radio Garden are apps that you can also use. You can get them off of Google and the Apple Store. Download said apps and then search Today 95.1 FM. That's all there is to it. Now, for calls, I like to say sometimes KISS. Keep it super simple or keep it short and sweet. You get 1 minute to call, 1 minute only. In some cases, you'd be given 30 seconds extra. That is if the need arises. So, it's a gift, not a right. Don't expect it. All right, some residents of Rivers State have appealed to the state government to revive the free bus scheme introduced as a palliative to ease the rising cost of transportation. Speaking with our correspondent, Esose Onabu, they described the initiative as impactful, noting that it previously helped reduce the financial burden on commuters, students, and low-income earners. Although some claimed they never boarded, but noticed how regularly the buses operated and received positive feedback from beneficiaries. Some commuters recalled their experiences with the buses and urged authorities to address the funding delay and extend the service beyond Port Harcourt by deploying smaller buses across the state's 22 other local government areas to help decongest the capital. Let's listen to what was said.
The FD palliative or scheme that was introduced to help reduce cost of transportation for individuals, citizens, basically, was a very good idea, considering the cost of transportation right now, the cost of fuel and all of that. Although it was said to be existing, only came across it once, and that's it. It has long been out of function.
Realize that for quite some time now, I've not really noticed or seen those buses, River State to be precise. Because I remember there was a time, I think on one or two occasions, I've forgotten, I entered one of the buses, and when I got to my destination, I tried paying. The driver said, no, it's free.
The free bus transportation scheme previously introduced by the state government was a very commendable initiative, although I never personally boarded the buses. I saw how frequently they operated within Port Harcourt, and I heard from many people who benefited from them.
The residents further called on the government to reinstate the use of palliative buses alongside the state initiatives to help lower fares amid current fuel costs, adding that restoring and expanding the free bus service would make life easier for people, support students, and spread development to other parts of the state.
We are urging the federal government to bring back this scheme, to bring back this palliative that would help reduce cost per individual, reduce fare, and make life easier for the citizens.
First of all, it's going to help the masses, people who are poor, who can't afford these rights wherever they are going. And then also students, it's going to help students. I really want to plead to the River State government that these initiatives should be brought back.
I sincerely appeal to the state government to consider bringing back the scheme to help reduce the rising cost of transportation for residents and visitors. I also suggest extending it beyond Port Harcourt by introducing smaller buses across the other 22 local governments so that people in those parts of the state can benefit too. Let's start shifting development down to other states. Let's bring it back, improve it, and make it statewide.
All right. Do you think the palliative buses help residents, commuters, students, and low-income earners cope with transportation costs? And with fuel costs increasing, how much relief would the revival of the free bus scheme provide to residents? Finally, what measures can the Rivers State government put in place to ensure the free bus service is properly funded and sustained? Now, of course, you do know that the platform is a correspondent-heavy production. And yes, we have our correspondents here to answer. In the person of Esosi Onabu. Welcome to the show.
Good evening.
All right. So what are we not seeing here?
So the residents I interviewed, they talked about the free bus initiative introduced by the government.
Right.
They are saying that the initiative helped them a lot. They commended the government bringing in the free bus transportation, helping them solve fuel costs and all of that.
Yeah.
So they want the government to bring back, to reinstate that palliative,
all right,
so that it will be effective for their transportation and use.
All right. So right now it only runs where, or has it stopped running completely?
For now, there's something about this delayed funding. The government said something about delayed funding. So it's not working now. So they are saying it's not functioning.
Okay. The palliative buses are those blue buses,
those
right?
Those blue big buses, yeah.
Okay, so they no longer function.
They're no longer functioning. Some said they've not seen it in a very long while, like over how many months now.
Okay. Would you know if anybody has approached the River State government, maybe a civil society group or maybe some of the people you talk to ask them why and please bring this thing back?
One person I talked to, he said he has asked, and they talked about the delay and the funding delay, and they said they need to add it to their budget. The government needs to add it to the annual budget for the year.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, our correspondent Esose Onabu with her thoughts concerning, the palliative, the bus palliatives, or rather the subsidy buses. You can call them subsidy buses.
Yeah.
Now, here's where you come in. Do you think the palliative buses help residents, commuters, students, and low-income earners cope with transportation costs? With the increase in fuel cost, of course, how much relief would the revival of the free bus scheme provide? And what measures can the River State government put in place to ensure the free bus service is properly funded and sustained? Here's where you get to give the government some feedback and possible solutions. Let's get your thoughts. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good afternoon to you, Lady Dog.
Good evening. Welcome to the show.
and I'm calling from the jail.
Okay.
In my place where I come from, he said that anything you cannot, you don't have. And I've been a proponent against palliative. That is window dressing. It doesn't solve any issue.
Sorry,
But however,
Robin Maja.
At the time it was introduced, yes,
You said you've not been a fan, but you do know that even in countries like America and all of that, they do have subsidized stuff there. So why wouldn't you be a fan of it?
okay, I was coming to that before you.
Okay.
But introduced, it was a good one. It helped those who put with it, even not me. But my wife, how did the government of the day not stop out the process of ensuring that that palliative continues?
Okay.
How much is the state government spending on that? If you look at the convoy of the government, how they spend money fueling those hundreds of cars of the fleet, they should think about the people now. If that's the way the people will benefit, they should think how to release money so that those who promote with it can still continue to enjoy. Thank you.
All right, thank you for calling. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, this is Mr. Zion. Good evening to you.
Good evening, welcome.
The palliative buses were one of the best. And I was so surprised that our governor, Sim Fubara, that benefited from the array of the people brought in these palliative buses. A good idea. But I advised him, I said, look, yes, you have brought them, but I know your government. I know the people around you. They are very wicked people. They don't want you to grow. Do not make these buses free. Make these buses to work and service themselves. Instead of 100 naira, let the buses be taking 50 naira. I thought they would have heard and take the message to the governor.
All right.
No. See, it's a shame that those palliative buses are no longer working. We saw the benefits of these buses, how they help and save a lot of people. Some people were open on them, stand on the bus stop, and these buses were taking people to work, bringing them back comfortably and conveniently. Please, let us bring back this bus. I want to beg Governor Sim Fubara.
All right.
Get more buses and bring it, and let's have a police.
95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from? All right, go ahead.
I've always said, and we all knew this, until the system of the government we practice today is being purified, nothing. So the intention there is what matters. So the action is the intention. Go to Abia State, go and see their, I think, what is it called? The Abia Green Shuttle Service. Yeah, something
right.
like that. Just go. You will see every now and then. It was in River State, under an issue, but female were commercial drivers. It was in the state, under Odele, that you have this program.
Okay.
And if you look at the program, should always be the same. The program here is always for the citizens to suggest to government what to do. And unfortunately, nothing will solve.
Okay.
Nothing will solve. Thank you.
Thank you for calling. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good afternoon. Good evening, Don.
Good evening.
It's Nathan from Idris.
Welcome to the show.
See, we should not expect those buses to come back again on road. The governor have gone back to his family. The family that does not have the interest of the common man at heart. The family that only think of how much they will make personally. So if we are expecting that those buses will come back to the road, we will be dreaming.
All right.
So those buses are gone because the governor has gone back to stingy family lesson from the crystal.
All right, thank you for calling. And on that note, let's move to the second story. The Umweze Emirika family of Omoku and Obie in Ogba, Egbema, Ndoni local government area of Rivers State has cried out over alleged neglect by the Rivers State Health Management Board over land acquired for the Omoku General Hospital. Speaking on behalf of the family, Chuku Vincent alleged that the hospital has operated on the family's land for over 50 years without adequate compensation or benefits to the landowners. He said the land was originally leased to the Roman Catholic Church for 100 years with an agreement that the family would receive £14 annually, but alleged that payments were only made twice. Vincent also complained that members of the family had not been employed by the hospital or given opportunities to provide supplies or other services despite the hospital operating on their ancestral land. He said the family had written several letters to the Rivers State Health Management Board demanding that the terms of the agreement be respected, but alleged that their concerns had not been addressed. Vincent appealed to Governor Siminalayi Fubara to intervene and address the family's concerns, stressing that they were not opposed to the location of the hospital but wanted their customary ownership rights respected.
The land was leased for 100 years, and lo and behold, they have stayed for 50 years, and nothing has been done. There are terms and conditions in the agreement that the family will be paid £14 per annum. They have paid twice. So since then till now, they have not paid any dime again, neither employing our people. We are telling the governor that we are peace-loving people. In as much as we are peace-loving people, our peace-loving does not also make us fools that we don't know our rights. They should come and compensate us, and as well employ our people.
The Omoku General Hospital is scheduled to be commissioned by Governor Siminalayi Fubara on Friday, 21st August of this year. All right, so do you think families whose land hosts public projects be given employment and opportunities to provide goods and services? Should the government ensure adequate compensation when public institutions operate on privately or communally owned ancestral land? And what steps should the River State government take to resolve the dispute while ensuring the continued operation of Omoku General Hospital? Of course, here to answer that is our correspondent, Priye Izogu. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, so let's start off with the proverbial elephant in the room. You first hear it was leased to the Roman Catholic Church for £14 thereabout, and then you now start hearing Omoku General Hospital. What's happening?
Sometimes it will play out when churches, missionary churches, do have some properties from secondary school, acquire secondary school, health centers, and all to actually do charity for different communities across Nigeria. And during the pre-independent era, so we've seen that situation. Even post independent era, some schools were still managed by churches. So I think that was something similar that happened. They used the land, wanted to use the land for possibly a health center or a project or something, and over time maybe they did not continue, maybe they moved to another location. It's a possibility, and the land was there. Government collected the land due to the fact that sometimes governments assume that these lands belong to the government, that and churches do control. We've seen those change in ownership from churches to government property. So I think that's the misunderstanding between the owners of the land and that of the government. But I think what they're asking is compensation. They're asking for employment. It's not a big deal if the government actually wants to do that. It's
so
not
you don't think it's an unreasonable request?
It's not that difficult for government to actually do. They are not buying the land afresh. They're asking for compensation. They're asking for little benefits that they should get as host community, and they're even planning protest. They are not that happy. That's how pain they had. They said that land has been there, government have been using it from the church down to building the general hospital. I think that's the issue. So let's see if the government will try the health, the board, try to see if they can resolve it, or maybe it gets to the desk of the governor find a better means of resolving the issue so that people will not be feeling bad, because when you're in somebody's land and they are the native of that environment, you will not be comfortable if the immediate family or the immediate community doesn't benefit. They may make the place hostile for the workers there or something. So it's preferable you solve this issue so that the family will be comfortable.
Doesn't the River State government know that it's the family's ancestral land?
According to what they are claiming, they said they have written to the government, they've explained to the government that this property have not been paid. It was leased for 100 years.
Okay.
So even though you are taking ownership from the church, it's not possible, it's not even up to 100. They said 50 years. So that means there's 3 years in front, but definitely you need to pay compensation. Maybe they're looking at the equivalent of the 15 pounds.
All right.
But we don't know. But let's see if the government will try to see how to resolve the issue. So the government will not be even embarrassed. Imagine you're trying to commission a project and people are protesting.
Yeah,
it's going to be a nice scene.
Land.
It's not going to definitely be a nice scene. So maybe the governor will try as much as possible to see how he will resolve the issue. But they are not happy. Addition to this story, they're planning protest. They are not comfortable. They said if you don't do it now, after the commissioning, it's all over.
But do you know if there might be any documentary evidence to their claim?
We all know how this customary thing works. Sometimes there's no document. You know that you're native of that place.
Agreement.
You're a native of that place of India. You're an ancestral native of that environment. So you know you own the place. You don't need a document from the government to claim ownership of a land. But we all know government still control the land. The state government is the owner of every land, so they can still find a way around it. But it's for them to have a smooth, cordial relationship with the host
community.
Host family in this case.
All right, okay, yeah, host family. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here's where you come in. You just heard our correspondent Priye Izogu give us his thoughts, especially about the upcoming protest. Now, what are your thoughts concerning this developing story? 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Lady Dawn, good afternoon once more.
Robin Maja, the farmer. All right.
Lady Dawn, you asking a question, our perspective. But if I will start by saying, what is the role of Minister of Local Government? They say power, or the people reside in the local. What is their job? Minister of Local Government, Chief Safety Affairs and all that. When an issue appears like this, the people are almost helpless. Because commuting from the rural area to even locate the military is a problem. Can the military come in and intervene in such matters? Should the people be complaining at every point without the government coming to their rescue?
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for calling. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Nelson, I call back.
All right, welcome back.
Nelson from Igrita.
Go ahead.
So don't be surprised. In River State, we have faction in almost everything. Don't be surprised that from now till tomorrow, another faction will came and say they don't know the man that is crying now, that they have been duly compensated. In River State, we factionize almost everything. The cleanup going on in Ogoni. Some people are saying they are enjoying, some are crying. Faction everywhere. Just watch out. Let's watch now from now till tomorrow. If another faction will not come out that they don't say that man is not even a member of the family. And he has no right to speak for them. I don't know why. And that is why we cannot get the full benefit of what is due each community because of the faction.
Okay.
That's my contribution.
Thank you for calling. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good day.
Good day.
My name is Sunday from Parkov here.
Go ahead.
I want to ask, what is the work of magistrate court? Because what that is going on in this my River State is getting out of hand. I really sit down like this, think, overthink. Many of these problems are caused by many magistrate officials. So they should make sure that they embrace peace.
Why do you say it's caused by magistrate officials? I'm trying to get you.
It's a good question. Community and community will get problems. Here the matter will land from police station, magistrate court, the nearby court. But they will know the truth. They will refuse to say the things that they will bargain it. I don't want to open up everything.
All right, we get you. Thank you for calling. 0810-9510-951. That's 0810-9510-951 for text messages, WhatsApp messages, and voice notes at 0701-9339-962. Let's take this call and see if we and get into the third story. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, Mr. Zion.
Welcome back.
The protest should also, the man should mobilize all the family members. Better still, consult other family members. Let the protest be to the point that they are going to obstruct and even disrupt that process that is going on or that will ever go on. How will you have an agreement with the ancestors of a people? They did not demand much. They did not call for a renegotiation. If I was from that family, would have called for a renegotiation. A renegotiation of that agreement. If they are not going to agree to the terms, we are going to shut down operation of that place. We don't care who owns that facility. Yes, we agree it's a government product or facility. Everybody will benefit. But there's an agreement before this land was given to you.
All right.
Now you don't want to honor the agreement and we should not protest. They should protest. Shut down. And the processes of whatever they want to do that day, obstruct it. And let the governor of the state know. Simple Bala will attend to them.
Okay.
Mr. Zion.
Thank you for calling. Now, here's the thing. Two things. First of all, the opinions, thoughts, and perspectives of the callers remain the opinions, thoughts, and perspectives of the callers. In no way, shape, form, means, or manner does it reflect the feelings, perspectives, or thoughts of Today 95.1 FM. That's one, on the one hand. On the other hand, violence is not the answer. Now, I understand that the people have a planned protest, and we are hopeful that it will be a peaceful protest. Of course, the governor being touted as a people-centered governor and listening governor would probably listen to their cause. So hopefully that will bring some positive progression to this developing story. But violence, shutting things down violently, yeah. That should be a no-no. But yes, airing your grievances by way of legal protesting, why not? Why not? All right, let's get to the third story. The Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Taiwo Oyedele, has faulted Nigerians who attacked the World Bank on social media over its loan to Nigeria. Oyedele spoke in Abuja during a media briefing on the federal government's economic reform scorecard. He said some Nigerians had gone to the World Bank's social media platforms to criticize and abuse the institution over its decision to lend money to Nigeria, prompting the World Bank to disable comment. The minister said the action showed a lack of understanding of how the system worked, stressing that Nigerians needed the right knowledge to effectively hold the government accountable. Oyedele used an automated teller machine analogy to explain the consequences of criticizing a system without understanding how it operates. He said people who did not understand how an ATM worked could see others withdrawing money and wrongly assume that the government was allowing only some people to access funds. According to him, such misunderstanding could lead people to mobilize against the system and destroy the ATM without addressing the underlying problem. The minister said the analogy applied to how some Nigerians approached economic issues, warning that a lack of understanding could result in wasted effort. Oyedele therefore urged Nigerians to be honest about whether their actions were aimed at building the country or undermining it. Okay? Now, questions on the table before we start, before we converse about this third topic. Is attacking the World Bank over loans to Nigeria justified, or does it reflect a misunderstanding of how international lending works? How can Nigerians channel their concerns about government borrowing into constructive demands for transparency, accountability, and better use of borrowed funds? Now, okay, if I open the phone lines, here's the thing. You see, protesting, peaceful protesting, not violent, well, even violent protesting, that's kind of like feedback. Now, I'm not advocating for violent protests, but I'm telling you that it's a feedback mechanism. Sometimes violent protests just shows you how angry the people are. Peaceful protesting also shows you that whatever the people might be protesting about, is causing them some sort of discomfort or pain, so they are letting you know. And this act, of course, you tell me in a minute whether it was justified, but this act of, going into the comment section to air their grievances, to say, stop lending money to Nigeria, and possibly abuse the institution as well. Because I remember this story, and they had to lock the comment section because Nigerians just went wild in there, as in they were just pointing out their hearts. Stop borrowing, stop borrowing, stop borrowing. Because it can be argued that some Nigerians are not seeing the dividends of the borrowing. Economists will tell you that borrowing is a good thing, so long as you're borrowing to fund infrastructure. Infrastructure being maybe building more roads, repairing the ones that need repairing, building more schools, repairing the ones that need repairing, building hospitals, or any other intangible development, what we cannot see but we can feel. Borrow away. And make sure that we have a means of paying back such that it's not, the people won't feel it too much. So you've heard economists also say, make Nigeria a producer nation, not a consumer nation. So, well, this could be looked at as feedback, albeit negative feedback, but feedback nonetheless. Now, where do you stand? Justified? And how else can Nigerians channel their concerns about government borrowing? 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, Mr. Zion.
Welcome back.
The only way Nigerians can show their grievances is to go to the comment section, because the government does not listen to the people. All the borrows by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, have they all gone through the due process? Or what if you just rubber stamps that are firm and confirmed, or God don't talk, who could do them the way you talk, or else you know to come back for second time? The borrowing processes are wrong. They did not meet to standard compliance of even for our constitution. So you don't expect Nigerians to keep quiet. And it's a shame that the World Bank will lock the comment section for Nigerians not to express themselves. So which means the World Bank is in connivance with President Ahmed Bola Tinubu and his administration.
All right.
Not to allow Nigerians to access comments.
Okay, thank you for
calling. I don't expect the World Bank to do that.
Okay.
Maybe they're also benefiting. They are benefiting, so of course.
Thank you for calling. All right, thank you, Mr. Zion. But it must be said, you see your last statement about collusion or connivance, that's basically an allegation or an accusation until you have evidence, and I doubt you have evidence. But if you do, please, you can call back and share the evidence with us. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Lady Dawn.
Yes.
We have been murdered a farmer. I'm back.
Welcome back.
How do you beat a child and you refuse that child to cry? How do you call it? Wickedness or what? Okay. Double jeopardy? You're pressing our neck per second that you're saving more money. You're pushing money to state governors. Local governments are collecting 1.something billion. But every week you are borrowing. A senior president is supposed to stand between the gap. Throw the wall that whatever the president brings will approve. And it's in the news that they have crossed the threshold. And you say Nigeria should not talk. What do they want us to do?
All right.
It's wrong. Can the minister tell me any country of the world is using multiple currencies the way Nigeria are using for how many years now? Yes, no solution.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for calling. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Once again, I'm Sunday, call from Port here.
All right, welcome back.
Concerning the, is it Oyedele or what?
Oyedele, yeah.
Oyedele, okay. When somebody have opportunity to collect another person's position, I say we'll talk. Ask me, what is the work of stamp duty in bank? Because when I ask them, they say it's government order. I beg, you should know what to talk, I beg.
All right. Thank you for calling. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Thank you. This is Nelson from Igrita.
All right, go ahead.
Your colleague referred to him as the tax man. He was formerly the tax man, then he's finance minister now.
Yeah, okay.
He will not see anything wrong in what they are doing. Absolutely, he will not see. The borrowing, they are borrowing. You see, there's nothing wrong in borrowing. No. Dangote is borrowing. If I even have money, Dangote want to borrow, I will even encourage anybody to give Dangote. Because you will see where he's putting the money. Show me where Tinubu, the president, is putting the money he's borrowing on behalf of Nigeria. Where is he putting it? What will they campaign for? 3 years, 4 years is almost gone. But one thing I say is this: nobody will rule Nigeria and die. The way the former president died. They will rule Nigeria, they will give account. Every money they borrow, they will give account of it.
All right.
Including this minister, Nelson from Igrita.
All right, thank you, Nelson, for calling in. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
The sharp lady.
The sharp man.
I remember something.
All right, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Yes, the issue about the borrowing.
Hello? Oh, wow. All right, do well to call back. Looks like that call dropped. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, good evening, Lady Dog.
Honorable Chris or Chris?
Yeah, this is Honorable Chris. I don't know how many people that will remember. Since I keep on telling you people, if you like, if this administration 100 years, as long as you cannot hire any of them as your manager, as even you hire them as your manager to manage your company in Nigeria, and your company are still like this, will you still leave them or you fire them? If the answer is for you to fire them and they are not doing well in your company, why you are not in Nigeria? Tell me the reason why you should allow APC to manage Nigeria as a company. They don't have anything to offer. If you leave them to 100 years, they don't see anything in borrowing. You borrow money, you squander. You don't borrow to produce something. Keep leaving APC to manage your company. It's not me, if I don't fire them now, you know, go there. If you 1 year, my company go like this one, you say, man, leave you.
All right.
I say, APC manager. If you don't go, I will fire you.
Okay. Thank you for calling. All right. Looks like we lost that call. Do well to call back. 0810-951-0951. That's 0810-951-0951. For text messages, WhatsApp messages, and voice notes, 0701-9339-962. Speaking of voice notes and all of that, let's get into your text messages and see what's what. Let's see. All right. Good evening to you, Lady Dawn. I am Iberi Up Jesus from Port Harcourt. Let the truth be told. Let Governor Sim try his best to make the palliative bus to start working again so that River State people can use it as a goodbye. Wow. As a goodbye gift. God help us all. All right. Good evening, Lady D. Reverend Onyedikachi Amadi in Omuma. The incessant borrowing come loan by the federal government of Nigeria deserves a backlash to their lenders, being the World Bank, because Nigeria is blessed with all abundant natural resources, therefore ought not to borrow or solicit for loan in spite all odds. Please, a law should be enacted that will cause any president of Nigeria to borrow twice in every 8 years. Oh, interesting. But borrowing is not particularly against the law. Now, in incessant borrowing or reckless borrowing, well, that might we might have some debate there. But borrowing is not a bad thing, because well, it's you use it to. America borrows, China borrows. In fact, I think America should be owing China some amount of money as well. So yeah, borrowing is not a bad thing, but what you do with it. All right. Hello, pretty. What are the examples of the intangible developments you want the government to embark upon? Handsome, have a nice evening. Well, Handsome, when I say intangibles, things you cannot touch, like the macroeconomic stuff, they always say, and microeconomic stuff. When they say inflation has gone up or inflation has gone down, when they talk about foreign exchange rates and all of that, foreign reserves, and, they give us facts and figures of how we're doing so well. Yes, those intangibles that we cannot touch, But by the time they borrow these monies and boost the economy, you see those figures rising, and you see the ones that should fall. Those are the intangibles I mean. Tangibles, however, roads. You can see roads. You can see school buildings. You can see... well, to a certain degree, you can see employment, because when they employ people, you see the people that are employed going to work. Those are tangibles. Let's go back to your messages. Hi, Don. Because the free bus will benefit the people, that is why it was suspended for lack of funds. But it was something that would benefit the rich. Enough funds would be made available to sustain it. Our leaders do not care about the well-being of the people. They like to see us suffer so that we can remain under their bondage. Mr. Lucky. All right. I'm sorry you feel that way. Ego better. We're talking for progress, and hopefully the powers that be are listening. IMF and World Bank should be ashamed for putting Nigeria in the wahala. How can you lend money to somebody without monitoring, or could it be they are benefiting from the mismanagement of the funds? Mr. Dennis. Well, I don't think the IMF and the World Bank should particularly be ashamed, because I think it's a two-way street. In some instances, giving our political trajectory or our economical trajectory or story, the IMF and the World Bank have been the ones to meet our various presidents and heads of state. Now, they didn't hold a gun to their heads, technically, to agree to whatever it is, the terms and whatever, to borrow and all of that. They came to meet us. Now, in some other cases, we went to meet them. So you can't particularly blame the IMF or the World Bank for doing what they do best. Now, as for monitoring and mismanagement and all of that, once in a while you hear the IMF come out and say, borrowing is good, but we don't think you people should be borrowing so much. They've come out to say that. So there's that. But if it's for the actual borrowing, it's the government you might be looking at to say, why do you keep going to meet them? So there's that. The more you borrow money to people, the more money you make. Okay, yes. So World Bank is making more money. All right. Thank God, Ability Atuegu. Thank you for that. Yes, they are actually making more money. All right, let's get into WhatsApp and see what messages we have from your good selves. Good evening, those running our various... All right, I think this is for the sports crew, but you sent it at 4:14. Can't take that. It's for the sports crew. Don, we should not expect anything from this present government because we have entered political season already. The better time the governor would have used to provide dividends of democracy to the people was rather used to fight his oga, thinking time will be waiting for him. When I heard him saying he will deliver on his mandate, I begin to wonder if he will perform magic. He didn't perform for the past 3.5 years. That's Chris from Palm View Estate, Port Harcourt. But Chris, he's performing now. I think we are in a 10-day commissioning era. So today should be the 4th day of commissioning, I believe. So yes, he's giving us the dividends of that. And if you listen to Talk That Talk, he has hired about over 9,000 people in the medical field and educational sector as well. So yeah, that's there. And then 1 or 2 manufacturing companies that have popped up. We have the syringe manufacturing company. We have Soli Wants. So at least he's done something. So yeah, let's take this one. Since the time of Wike, any kind of welfarist schemes that benefit the people have taken back seats. Even civil servants were denied statutory benefits like promotions and employment. The buses will no longer see the light of day because the money that will go to fuel them will be diverted to pay allowances to former political appointees and ward escos in the Rainbow Coalition all over the state and local government payrolls. That's from Mpax Otaji in Port Harcourt. All right, Mpax, thank you for that. All right, let's go back to the phone lines. We have 10 minutes to kill, and it's open season. Whatever you want to react or respond to, you're free to. 95.1, welcome to the show. Turn down the volume on your radio, please.
I have mute my device.
You're right.
Yeah, good evening or good afternoon, anyone.
All join. I take all. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
My name is Chibuke from Otueke, Bayelsa State.
All right, go ahead.
Yes, I would like to talk This is echoing back.
The mics are off, so I don't know. I don't know why there's an echo.
Okay. Please, last time, when Mary Queen, he said you put on Radio Garden. Today FM is not on Radio Garden. No. I'll check it.
Okay, maybe the engineer, maybe that's a recent development. The engineers will have a look at that and then we'll see what's what.
Please, they should do something about it, I beg.
All right. But even if you can't get in through Radio Garden, you can go through our website. You do have our website address, right?
I don't.
All right. Just for, I'll give you time to talk, but it's www.todayfmlive.com.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So todayfm with live.com, and then you can still listen that way.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Go ahead.
What I want to say is that about 2 or 3 days ago, MBS came with their statistics that inflation has increased up to 10.something%. My brother, my sister, do you know that a bag of cement now is 13,000 naira?
All right.
One bag of cement now is 13,000 at this peak of rain season. So by the time we enter November, December, which means to buy a bag of cement 50,000. So I don't know the area where the inflation is really dropping, because if you talk of food stuff here, you can't go for it. So I don't really know. I would like you to help us analyze it, to tell us area where the inflation is going down, because not as for me in this attitude, nothing is coming down.
All right.
Really coming down.
All right. I think we'll have an economist come in on Wednesday. We'll put this question to him. But in the news, we did hear that headline inflation fell by some margin anyway. Now, I cannot begin to analyze that because this is not the Business Today show. But come Wednesday, we'll look into that. So thank you for that. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Hello? All right, looks like that call dropped. Do well to call back. We will take your calls. 0810-9510-951 and 0810-9510-951. Text messages 0701-9339-962. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
The Sharp Lady.
The Sharp Man.
Good evening.
Welcome back.
Yes, I meant something muscular.
Okay.
Do you know one of the problems Nigerians have today is a constitutional problem? Our constitution is doing us more harm instead of good. You cannot tell me that if it is in a one section that says that any government that comes and borrow must pay back before the end of your tenure. You can't tell me that even if you are borrowing 200 times, it's okay. There is nothing bad in borrowing. But when you borrow, you invest and you pay back before the end of your tenure. If not, you will go in for it. People, our leaders must sit up. But our constitution is so open that they will come because they don't know whether Paul or something must kill a man will be the next president tomorrow. They will come, they will borrow, accumulate and wait for me to come. That is the major problem we have. Right. And for that of the palliative bus in Rivers State, I don't know if they will do to help some of some Rivers State people. Everything is left for the governor. And I believe that, I don't know, the government now is too tight for him to begin to think up to that. But if it's for me, I would love if he would do and also think twice to see if that will help River State people. At least it will come a long way. Thank you, my dear sister, and God bless you.
All right, thank you for calling. You said something quite interesting before we go back to the phone lines. I had to ask, Are there any countries anywhere in the world with laws where administrations must pay back whatever loans they've taken? And the answer here is, under international and domestic law, incoming administrations are legally obligated to inherit and service all debts incurred by previous administrations. Just like individual leaders, an entire government administration cannot be forced to pay off public loans from their own political party funds or personal wealth. Instead, the legal obligation binds the state itself, meaning the financial burden automatically transfers from one political regime to another. So that's where we find ourselves. If you borrow, either that administration pays, or the following, your successor pays. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yes, Jerry Don. Let me address the last part of the speech made by Minister of Finance.
All right.
Jerry Don, we have been shouting, crying, excessive charges taken by banks from Nigeria. How have the minister responded? The Minister of Finance. Last month, a bank collected my 5,000 something maintenance charges from 30th of June to 30th of July. 5,000 plus. How has he responded? We are still using different types of money. For how many years? How has he addressed that issue? The country is borrowing and people are complaining. He is talking. He has come to Minister of Information. Let them try. They are increasing their profile.
All right. Thank you for calling. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, good evening, Don.
Good evening. Horsefall?
Yeah, Kem Horsefall.
Go ahead.
Don.
Yes.
On what Oyedele said, do you know that there was a deal between the federal government and World Bank on electricity? The deal was worth $1.5 billion. World Bank released $800 million. Go and check the reason why World Bank terminated that deal. One of the reasons was that there is lack of transparency. So do you blame Nigerians? Do you blame Nigerians? They don't. I'm asking you, do you blame Nigerians?
Well, what can we say? What can we say?
So what he's saying, you should respond to that. You should respond to the World Bank terminating that contract rather than responding to Nigerians.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for calling. This will be our final call. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Dixon calling from Uniport.
All right, go ahead.
Concerning the borrowing of the federal government, if only they are borrowing to build industries for us, build factories, build companies for people to work. But borrowing is not a bad thing. But if they will borrow, share it among themselves, share to APC chieftains, share to their cronies, share to their business partners. At the end of the day, Nigeria will pay for what they are borrowing. They are not even using it for the masses. They are just borrowing for themselves. At the end of the day, the country will be owing billions upon trillions of naira. And when you come to River State palliative bus, just watch out. You will see those buses now very soon using for renewal campaign. They don't want us to use those buses, but they will use it for renewal campaign. That's what they are keeping those buses for. Before you see them, they will use to campaign for APC 2027. Just watch out and see it will come to pass. They will use those buses to campaign for APC.
All right.
So that's just all they are doing to us, just suffering the masses for no reason.
Okay, thank you for calling. And ladies and gentlemen, on that note, remember that the platform is produced by the news department. Till same time tomorrow, do have yourselves a lovely evening. Up next is News in 60, and of course, the Waiting They Happen crew. I've seen Kuro Sports today. He was showing his sexy arms. Oh my God. Anyway, it has already started. Serious things in an unserious matter, in an unserious manner. Thank you for being there.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Today's news in 60.
President Bola Tinubu has directed that recovered funds from the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission be diverted to the Nigerian Educational Loan Fund to sustain its growing funding obligations. River State Governor Siminalayi Fubara has stressed the importance of polytechnic education and vocational training in addressing unemployment and producing skilled manpower capable of driving economic development. The National Open University of Nigeria, NOUN, has commenced the implementation of the Tertiary Institution Social Health Insurance Program for its students across the country. The National Universities Commission, NUC, has commenced moves to develop a national science, technology, engineering, and mathematics STEM transformation strategy aimed at repositioning Nigeria's higher education system to drive innovation, industrialization, and sustainable national development. On the foreign scene, a coalition of cross-sector bodies have filed a lawsuit against the U.S. government's new visa restrictions, seeking stability and protections for international students and scholars.
Today's news in 60. In 60.
What if the internet had a voice? What if we knew exactly what you love to listen to? What if we understood your vibe, your voice, your opinion? Today, 95.1 FM. Today, 95.1 FM. We are the voice of the people.
If you never hear say e get program wey we dey call Wetin Dey Happen.
My brother, my sister, you are sitting on a long thing. Yes, because Wetin Dey Happen na that ogbonge program wey dey come up for this ogbonge station wey they call Today 95.1 FM.
So now peace dey fine, but that negotiating with bandits, why go they negotiate with people wey then tag criminals,
terrorists?
Tune in every weekday from Monday to Fridays, 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. Full stop.
Make you hear all the ogbonge things wey don happen for we River State, we Nigeria, and we Obodo Yibo. We go mix all together, come serve you jollof rice as it dey hot.
The voices wey you go dey hear on top Wetin Dey Happen na MC Kuro and Mary Queen.
I wan go hook person husband. I wan go hook person husband. I need to hook single guys so that you people no go chicken another person. On top Wetin Dey Happen, we dey discuss serious matters on seriously.
Bible. You don't have to go and beg a hotelier. It's unacceptable that situations are happening and they call on you as a DPO and you start saying no fuel, my bike no battery. This is very insulting, very ridiculous. We would accept that. We have said our response time remains 5 minutes. So many DPOs have been doing very well in that regard. I've been receiving a lot of praises relating to such DPOs. And it has really helped in telling a lot of things. So girl, if you want to go on patrols or want to go on the union, the National Union of Road Transport, they are ready to assist you. They can bring their vehicle for you and say, okay, take this, use it for this patrol, and then we'll take it back. They are doing that. It's just that you should not spoil their vehicle. You don't have to go and beg a hotelier or go and beg a rich man or drug addict or drug peddlers for all these things. Because if you do, how can you arrest them again? You cannot arrest them now. Leave them, even if they offer to bring it free, say you don't want. They say why? You say because even if I use them, if I catch you with drugs, I will arrest you. Simple. I hope you understand. So there is no excuse for ineffectiveness. There is no excuse. The force is trying its best. You have to make do with what you have. As things get better, we'll also bring it down to you. I recognize your efforts, but you need to check your men. Some of you have allowed some of your men to behave with every sort of negative audacities and do whatever they want. Perhaps they give you the highest returns, so they become untouchable.
For the Abali, I don't feel the Macapayos, just be. Your medal like as they on, so that you the Vinto Sinto. I can't enter the Gaga. Say, I go fix my kappa. But it's not about how they draw from the tax. Now, so men just mount me like mountain on fire. What's the pass? They say, hey, I say, now the kappa I want, say, kappa's there, everything come board. Anyhow I want, I say, the kappa's there. I say, no one, but say, me, I get 1 or 2 men as the way me, I don't Vinto Sinto, women I they work with for the kappa settings. They can't be like, say, they want triangular me. Me, I can't observe. They don't say, me, I be that kind of woman. We don't see this kind of settings. Oh, voila. This nigga say if I be like how I move, then go drive me like Van Agon boss. Or I lose guard, then go throw me for up, I go offer for gravity if my pocket go lost. So bala. I think I'm gonna come on and die it. I don't know they observe, but I don't know they see the face. So baby don't say, me I don't pour us, I don't do my matter say that is why they Facebook me say every around me say Buddha is Wait been there. Me I don't do my suite my logo down boss now. I don't do my 225 like 2. Ideal. I don't do my Scottish. Yeah. I don't see for the money, I don't do my shake because me I be that kind of man, me I be a quiet boy ideal. So no they play with our roots. That one for the rough rider settings, they grab. So those men that walk over as I ISAP, as I talking my because I've been doing my settings, they get but me Mikel Obi combo. I know them my Mikel Obi something. Me I do my Monday I'm becoming from bad. That is me I no get that the para. Over ISAP, I don't know say conti they are first come first collect. On I need a cross for your head. Over the next man cross. See, the second one don't say answer, but I no go reach. Now in the sanko. But it's about to no one see for the environment. Oh, but me all they observe for the shores. Me I just love just do navigation go down my nigga for the assorted shores. I so can work. On a busting out, I do my understand. I do my yan in case me want reinforce the out. I help my something for yan your boss out. I be Ajip na so. As I draw for the Ajip navigate reach my office. Nothing be.
When I begin interpret.
You go ask Kuron and I ain't there what I say. We don't do you.
Oh yeah.
Based on my Vinto, Sinto, Linto. You know, this matter. Everywhere else, Mazabu.
All this plenty thing went on. Now I said there be one rubber and he use wisdom. Come out there. Now be this plenty.
There be one collema. You know it's in me kappa.
But they be one collect something.
You know it's in me Mikel.
You know what you mean for Potako boy say. Nah, boy, me I just want to see Rumola. Oh, no worry.
You know it's in the rough rider when they talk about.
I be roughing things. You understand? As a Potako boy, where I be. I make it out. They say who goes there? Potako. Who goes there? Potako.
So that plenty talk when I hear there, just in case you are confused. I said there be one rubber. Now use wisdom. You know, use Potako slangs. Use sea front. And into you take off.
Mean say been done things and things.
Yeah, definitely now.
Been done some crash push and some bash.
You be able to take roots that early morning. You understand?
Based on as an acquire on board, they need to use roots. You don't say any. You don't say any acquire on board. We don't use roots.
The one where they go church.
Do they use roots?
The way roots they say.
After
now,
church.
If you see that bottle where you if you don't black, now,
we go begin to
don't shake it. As you just a drink and your fellow man and they walk.
And they know this why they walk. Give me my test them. They won't test everything.
True.
Okay, so now get to my opinion. How I feel about people where they go under the knife to look better for themselves, according to them.
When you say go under the knife, go straight to the
surgery,
point. BBL,
BBL, all those things. Them
liposuction,
something. You know, because so many arguments don't
tummy
they?
talks.
Some people they come out they say if you get the money and you know they're comfortable with yourself, you feel go do one. But not do I'm say because person they pressure you to do one. Because some mumu girls, my gender, they say my boyfriend doesn't like the way my face is. I want to go and touch it for him, not for themselves. So my boyfriend doesn't like that I have a pot belly. I want to go and flatten it for him. I don't even see the one where say she been there dark. Say her boyfriend know they like dark people, they like fair people. You know, see fair people before you come meet you. Now she come bleach, come white. The yeah guy still leave her, marry another person.
Come marry very dark woman.
Because life is very dark.
So the question now, how na see am for you as a person? What's your opinion? If you get the money, do am, or if you know, do am for yourself, or do am to look good, or whatever it is.
Oh.
You know, say when you never get money, you gonna get more. You
gonna be motivational speaker.
You gonna say no, I don't. Like anyway, money. You see this my belly, this spot belly. I go just come out some big boost. So you get me, I go just put like.
So now yes for you.
Yeah, and when I get that kind of money first, before I go feed decide whether this money na really root of all evil, or you know, say you don't go really know who you are.
So
until
you don't
some
make
kind of money touch your hand. You go there, you gonna say, wow, I'm not really like that, or you are like that. But the money never enter your hand. So make I just leave there.
Well, honestly, for me, I do not advise people to change the structure of your body.
Okay.
Because you get why God creates you like that. You understand? Now, now, how many dwarf don't? Okay, now you be
that
dwarf.
one option no day now. They won't go increase the leg.
That one don't get option.
They are still working on it.
Okay, only height.
Height never gets
Okay,
solution.
height never gets solution.
But every other
the only thing I advise, anytime we height get solution, they do it. If you do that one, leave all that things. But if not, like, why are you putting yourself under so much stress?
See Vinicius Junior.
Okay, I think changing face. Something. But the thing about this matter, be say, there was a time where we say people weren't fair.
Where you go yesterday?
So
you speak plenty English.
I was around intellectual yesterday.
I better come back to waiting the happen.
Most times
so
I like.
That means you should come back to unintellectual. I take exception to that.
I was around intellectuals.
I mean,
you see the way I dress.
More baptized you.
I'm always around intellectuals these days.
Okay.
Yeah, so I met one of the.
But we there for waiting the happen. When I belt.
I met one of the kings of intellectuals. Okay. So as the matter, I'll be like this now. You don't know the matter. You don't know the doing. So, like what I talking, there was a time, get a particular time, maybe say ladies won't fair because it can't look like saying a fair hold the market. You go see ladies wear black, then go say the one get one something white cream. Where did they buy?
Anything white, they rush
now the one white. You understand? During that time, now come make very dark man come they fight with some of those people then with the dark number. Because that I go to see videos of girls people say they'll go there on that and they'll call you shako, rub their body just to make sure say them fair.
Some they even pee them like chicken. Hot water they pour them.
So make them just fair and all that. But now you don't see say we don't pass that time. Now we they look out now BBL women when they walk on their waist. You go see the waist just very hefty and very attractive.
Waist hefty.
No, the bum bum. The bum bum is looking very large, and you go to ask yourself, is this thing normal?
Natural.
Because normally, you know, like even if
some of them they fail now, one go day up, one go day down.
You understand?
They balance.
So now the season of BBL and face restructuring
and this
now see the
BBL, but now they don't advance them. They don't advance them. Some BBL, if you get money to maintain them. You understand?
Now
the problem now the maintenance.
No be to do the maintenance. And not everything when they natural, they get after effects. So if you don't follow them up like that, they worry.
You go when you even do the BBL self, you no go even do anything you and man no go even dey for some time.
For some months.
You understand?
You go sit down.
Yes, you get the way you go dey.
You go dey lie down.
You get a particular drugs wey you go dey take. Make that place dey
okay,
refresh.
So for you it's a no.
Yeah, it's a no. Apart from the
whether
one
you
wey
have the
fit
money
increase
or
person height. If anyone wey dey wey go increase person height, we can now recommend.
It's all right.
Yeah.
It's a throwback Thursday.
Yeah, that's true.
Welcome to Waiting They Happen. This is the news at 5 p.m.
The news at 5:15.
All right, my better country people, that welcome out of the program what they call Waiting They Happen. As you don't hear and Waiting They Happen, now that Ogbonge program where they come up every weekday, Monday to Friday, 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. 1 hour period. Now they run them in no past like that, but they make sure so we bring you the Ogbonge things so don't happen for River State. We Nigeria, we Obodo Yibo, we mix all together, come serve you as it is hot. And Waiting They Happen, they come up for this Ogbonge station what they call Today95.1 FM. Today, now the 20th day of August 2026. All right, August on the packing, small. 16 minutes on carry wakali 5 p.m. We'll go there at 6 and then we'll hand you over to the night people. I know say morning and afternoon they don't carry can't reach you. We don't take over. All right, social media platforms make a call on for you. For those of you who want to join us for social media today. 95.1 FM 9 day for Facebook. Today 95.1 FM. You want to do YouTube? Go find us for Today 951 FM. Today 951 FM. When you reach there, you click live so that you watch us live and direct. You want to do audio only, or you want to send to friends, you want to send to family members, you want to send to your enemies. www.todayfmlive.com. www.todayfmlive.com. Click listen live. And then you want to do app things, tuning app, Radio Garden apps, no wahala. Go find us there. When you download the app, finish, find us for Today 95.1 FM. Today 95.1 FM. All right, so the good thing about Waiting They Happen, be saying no be only us waiting for studio 9 they chook mouth for the story. We'd also give you opportunity with the other side of the device of follow chook mouth, and that one they happen through phone calls. Like I call and keep me put on for speed dial 0810 9510 951. You want to WhatsApp, you want to SMS, you want to do voice note, no problem. We got you. 0701 9339 962. 0701 9339 962. They know they call that one. Okay, all right. And then you already hear their voice, they already give their opinion for the ones we but when I not ask me what me I think when I just talk on our own, I put full stop. But it's all right, no problem. So let me start with the wet daddy himself. The chocolates. This is your color na chocolate have been a dark.
It's caramel.
It's caramel. Caramel. Okay.
Which get
It's caramel black.
Caramel. Oh, black still follow for the caramel.
No, Black Life Matters.
Oh, okay. No problem. MC Kura in the building. Don't say you're looking sexy.
Yeah, that's true.
Which one is that true? You don't get me wrong.
That's true. That's why I say that's true now.
Okay.
I say that's true. I know who I am.
Okay.
In Christ Jesus. Okay, my name is MC Kura. They call me the king of weddings. Anywhere wedding they happen for the city, outside the city. If you look very well, this is I'm secure with it. They will stock these things. Anywhere I wanna see me, we wedding day. I go day and I well done.
Anyway, jollof rice.
Jollof rice day, anything, you know, and once say but a couple people don't be ready because Nigerian Bar Association conference on the near. You know, so anytime where they do MBA for conference for the town.
You don't start. Maybe say
you don't start, Abi. You don't start. The
so
town
Port Harcourt is very busy as we speak.
Yeah.
So
like,
both taxi drivers, mama food, pure water, everybody get a service.
Most especially around that
area where they
Yakubu go on stadium side.
Every aspect of the economy
go boost small.
If you're not in this period now, people serious
relationship
they go
scatter.
Just yes, I want to buy.
Some legal people are just.
My mom is not feeling fine.
I've not seen my mom in 2 years. I want to go and see my mom.
Your girlfriend no dey with you this period. Just understand.
Say one lawyer don't carry.
Just don't say the bar. Don't say the bar dey Port Harcourt. The full bar in Nigeria dey Port Harcourt.
You know there will be a lot of wigs wearing human. So since wigs are flying around,
and that is the justice that cannot be cracked.
Yes, so
the justice that hates injustice.
Yeah.
My sister, this
If you call me your brother, I'm a tomboy.
Port Harcourt is experiencing a lot of justices. People will be coming.
A lot of bars.
A lot of bars.
You know, from all the states.
Yes. Yeah. All right, we country people, you don't hear my name. My name is MC Justice, that man we hate injustice. Anywhere we did they talk about injustice, you go see me, they run the country man to don't come again for another bunga edition of Waiting They Happen. The show where we they talk serious things. Seriously.
All right, my better country people. My own name na Mary Queen. Okay, make I borrow MC Kuro talk. We know to get time.
Now, thank you for secondary school.
Okay, so we'll enter the story sharp so that we just hit like 20 minutes already. Don't carry waka past 5 p.m. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu don't talk, say he don't give order to the EFCC to channel all recovered funds. Emphasis on recovered funds. Because the ones where still they caught, where still get small problem, they know they go touch those ones. But the one where caught don't say carry go, or the ones where the people use their hands say take and not do again like that. All those ones now. And when I go check, they say the money reached about 242 billion naira. So that money now they don't talk to me, then channel that money to NEL fund. Wait till be the NEL fund. NEL fund are that scheme where they borrow students loan. You understand? All our university children.
Students loan app. Just put that like that.
Our students when they university, those ones where their parents don't fund their education where they go collect loan. When you collect the loan, when you begin work, you begin paying back. But 242 billion naira for students all over Nigeria. Is it a good first not even start safe? You know, say so many people don't they ask, say, wait till EFCC they use this our money do. Wait till EFCC they use it. All the money where they recover, where did they keep them? Where did they keep them? At least now they don't come out don't tell us say the money it did since and now president don't give all that. So you're channeling this money to the future of our children.
Well, it's not a bad idea for them to channel the money to our students, the future. The future leaders of this great country, you understand? Because right from the one,
the future leaders, their own go tell, because we will never see.
Let's just say the future leaders. No? Let's just use the word. We say one more talk before.
Next leaders of this.
I mean, next of king.
Leaders of how many generations to come?
So the thing is, me say sometimes I don't ask myself, within where EFCC they channel all the money where they recover because. Right from the days of Alamesi, I can reach today. They don't recover money. Where that money supposed
to right from the days of Obasanjo,
they don't recover money. That money supposed to even pass that way they cost. Yes, now you know the kind of money where EFCC don't recover from private individuals.
Some still they cut, sha.
Okay, it's private individuals and all that. So it's better. They should channel the money towards education. It's not a bad idea. I think I love it.
You love it. MC Justice.
Yes, sir.
So plenty people go they ask say 200 this money, how many million children we get for schools? We go fit consume this money. Although this afternoon they do one press conference when one papa for there they talk saying get 3 children and say for in 3 children no one don't benefit from NEL fund. Now in our tax oga tell and say you never can tell your children if they collect from you they collect from us. You never can tell. So but the millions of schools will get and the millions of children will get. If you say okay, no, the money not too bad.
Well, I never really touched 200 and something billion before. Yes, so I don't know how
heavy it is.
How heavy it is. But
just
at the long run,
calculate how many million make 1 billion. Then use that idea, calculate that money.
Yeah, thank you. I just say maybe let's understand what you're talking. But on a serious note, I feel say that amount now very you go feed the equivalent to what we get because we get hundreds of thousands of students
Millions.
For higher institution. Yeah, exactly. And the school fees these days now they're on the high side. Some of them they pay as much as 200 and something thousand.
Or even more because of the inflation.
Yeah, for school and all that. And some people don't claim say no be all students, a lot of students they get access to that. So some government officials don't still come defense say a lot of them they get access to that, but they know they sincere to their parents. Now in future when they tell say you're picking the old federal government, now you go shock, say, okay, maybe they collect them and all that. But if you ask me, no be bad usage of the money, you know, just like with MC Kuro talk, say, for money where they don't they gather since Obasanjo tenure. If you even look and well, you don't suppose tax one small country for one side. But at the end of the day, they don't they come out, it's okay, made the channel and to education. But waiting Nigeria, why Nigerians they skeptical yet again? Whether this money they go really use them for that purpose. Because if you ask me, our educational sector need a lot of funds to go into them, from infrastructure to human capacity
and that one na
development
federal
and all
government
those
work,
things.
but this one now they say they won't focus on school fees, and they also mentioned say not only the school fees then they pay, say that they also give them allowances, you know, upkeep. Whether they use you know, so from time to time they see videos where students they happy say they don't get alert, and you understand, so that they also give them upkeep. And then another point where I really want to emphasize on, so many times they don't talk say now the not they benefit more. Say we for this side we still they doubt government to a point where we say when government say so thing they happen, we know they go investigate or even try to apply to even see whether it go work or it no go work. We go just conclude say no they work. But say the nothingness.
Too wise now.
But say the nothingness always take advantage of everything. So even the Oga talk this morning say most of the beneficiaries of these things are the nothingness. Some country people try. Go find the website. Just apply and see.
Avail yourself
and
with this.
You see, come like saying our politicians here they collect them
on our behalf.
On our behalf.
No, maybe they not try that one. So if you get picking,
so you don't need to
school,
join party to get this one.
No. This one, so long as you're in Nigerian and truly you there school. Not be all those girls where they go rent space for school when they know they school, or those boys where they go rent space. If you're there for school, because they go ask you your matric number, they go ask you so many things. So if you don't say you really day school, go try your luck. You never can tell.
School, that for monthly allowance.
You go still not be free something, just so you know.
You pay after you get a job now.
After you get the job.
So you take you 100 years to get
a job.
That's
when you graduate now. When you get it's when you get a job now.
It's just like when you become president.
It's just like this particular one where I think federal government talk about housing.
They never finish them.
So they won't give people loan so that you fit build your house. It'll take you 30 years to pay back.
That's right.
That's right, my brother. Okay, so
if you don't do like 80 years, you don't see.
Just know that you must pay.
You get the age where you go meet them and say
no. Are you sure you have up to 10 years in your system? Or you shake it. Do like this. Okay.
When they check Nigerian lifespan.
All right, someone I take advantage of that one. I be the point. They try and make. Don't just leave everything to chance. Make the nothing as enjoy. We there here. No, they even join soldier. When I don't agree, join soldier.
They join us back.
Okay, so the second story yesterday. You say Governor Ademola Adeleke go collect his certificate of return yesterday. So I think collect and finish. Now him and the entourage. They come say okay, make them go the monarch, go show monarch. Monarch that's king Igwe. How do they call him for Yoruba? Igwe Oba. So when they go show Oba, say they don't collect them again. Say they go there for the next 4 years. So when they reach Oba Palace now, according to the story, small bege can happen. Shoot me, I shoot to you. So the shooting can't happen. One person, I even hear say 160-year-old person died for that shoot me, I shoot you. Where they attack the convoy of the Governor. But the Koko say police don't come out, can't talk say that attack was not targeted at the governor. Say na cult clash. They say na eye confraternity. Now they call them. Say the guy.
What do they call them?
Eye confraternity.
Eye.
Our eye. Say na the guy been the target the video. So along the line now they can't get the clash. Say no be Ademola himself, that's Adeleke himself. Say na Davido they been they come after. Say na cult related things. I don't know what they try to insinuate there. But when I go read the story very well, they say the guy won't get access to Davido. Maybe in bouncers can't stop him and all that. So in members where they for corner they watch. They can't say maybe they want to attack the guy. Now you shooting me, I shoot to you. Can't start. But Davido himself too don't come out. Can't say no. No call my name, no call my uncle name, no call our name. That's what happened for outside palace. Be no consign us at all. So they do their thing there. We don't know how fight use happen, but shooting happen, sha. So all this story, how you see, and because don't forget, say this Osho election, Davido play a very serious role. So is it that some people never really accept the defeat in good faith. Say, okay, they don't win, make we leave and for them. So what do I think? Ma just get an opinion.
Well, the thing is, whether you like it or not, the video no go just underestimate what's happen. People don't already tell and say making guys beef up insecurity because, man, say the people according to it, allegedly people they say people will lose. Some of them they are not still happy with the whole thing.
People will go return money plenty.
That kind of thing.
Imagine when they return money go the first now.
So the thing is, say the video no need to even play with insecurity thing or insecurity apparatus or anything where you want to call them. But unfortunately, let's say a particular person die. You understand?
There's a person died during
the post for group.
A year confraternity. What an year? I've been a year.
No, year. I say I can't be sure because I don't know.
Because I me as if for the newspaper.
I don't know confraternity. Maybe a new confraternity. I know of Aye.
Aye, we'll get Aye for here for Port Harcourt now. But this one, Osun State
we'll get
for
Port Harcourt. Okay.
We'll get. Mona not deceiving herself.
I don't know. I don't know. Say they don't reach here.
But the people be said there's a court clash. No, we don't know the name of the court. We don't begin to glorify them.
It's sad. It's okay.
Yoruba man call for us. Give a mic. Eye confraternity. Okay.
No be Aye.
Not even Aye. You see.
Okay, that's bed. Okay,
oh,
bed.
You see, now make I call her I gonna EYE. I see there. God forbid, my colleague cannot be their former member.
Their former PRO. Well.
All right, so
it's sad.
It's just get any explanation.
No, like
you don't suspect anything.
I just feel like to make the video to beef up insecurity.
Okay.
And make their daily case to make them build up.
Make them they very careful at this time.
Because they don't the pepper government. Most especially you see that dance. You get one video where I watch. I see Adeleke they dance and I can't see Oyitola. This thing waiting with that man in
which one?
The APC man, their leader. Then Oyitola
the national chairman.
No. The APC
national
leader,
chairman.
the APC leader for Osun State,
okay.
The minister and
the former governorship candidate.
I delegated that they can't show up for status when they work out. So all those things, Pepper body feed day.
Pepper body feed day. Yes. All right. MC Justice, what do you think?
Yeah, I don't do that shit before. When my uncle they contest CDC chairman. We got tighten up security because
ordinary CDC.
You know go understand. I mean the DG. So when you've been in position of reputation and power, you understand this thing. But the serious note,
that is more reputation of power.
I've been saying now politics and anger and all those things. But like the video don't talk, be towards them and all that, and police don't get involved. Maybe they just try bring to book the debt for the Osun State. Don't they rise gradually and they good now.
It's supposed to stop. Election don't finish. They don't announce winner. Everything don't go down. So that thing's supposed to
May they form a rainbow coalition for Osun State like this. Good day.
Okay, my better country will open the phone. But I imagine say that thing be even touch the video or even in uncle. And this is what they talk here, no be waiting we go they talk. Even though we not go talk say the person will die in life, not the important. No be waiting we they talk. But that one for they on another level. Because supporters of the video and the uncle for not sit down to they look.
Yes.
Even before police for feel say Jack Robinson. Anything what happen, don't happen. So I beg the people of Osun State, when I leave the matter, Adeleke already talk. I'm no victor, no vanquish. Say all of us victors. Make we work together. Please, make peace reign, Joe. All right, so this last story, one pastor for Bodo Yibo, but a Nigerian man, Pastor Tola Odutola, Ndonkoyan say, if they use your body, whether as a man, whether as a woman, if they use your body, they get what you want. Say it's demonic. It's not. It's not just bad though. It's demonic. Okay, so he say, I think the Obodo Yibo there now saying one buy property for Nigeria here. So you can, contact one estate property people. Said girls will wear some kind things.
Skimpy, mini skirts.
Mini skirts. This
Rasta skirts.
You understand? Say
the baby girls.
No, this one not be there. They use slim people.
Okay, now slim people.
They use BBL girls too.
So now those kind of girls, now they can't use the market, they show them the house. You know, say I see no day now, they go use maybe Zoom or Google Meet or something. When they show them, they say now the girls, now they use, they do. Now when they say, what is this? So this marketing strategy, say no follow. So this one is demonic. It's demonic. And we could not also forget, I don't know whether they still do or whether na room or the bankers go call us, tell us. It gets sometimes the way it been rain for banks. So that they give you targets to meet up. And say most of the male marketers and female marketers, no, not just call female marketers, both of them. So most times they go out of their way just to meet up that target. So must start with them to justice for this one.
Okay. They ask those bankers, can you work under pressure? They say yes.
So that is part of the pressure. Why would that be part of the pressure?
Waiting in talk no dey new to our system, and now waiting we don't complain. People trying to, especially in the especially in that area of the economy, the real estate and other
all these realtor people.
Yes, trying to get
but not only them, because right now most businesses they always want to use this. If like say women and they sell for them, car dealers, and
they just put their body. Okay, go and try and convince investors. Go and try and
do whatever it takes. But he must buy.
Get waiting now. It can't make we be men now. Waiting some of us that have intellectual capacity to market. It can't be like
we're out of job.
Yes, now you can't make us they feel like we should.
See them now. Where they use market product.
And it's crazy, they even cause a division and equality inside that marketing sector and all that. And it be like. Waiting that they do know the abstract. Now waiting people like. Now waiting the men they like. Now
the selling point be that. Now make them they use them.
And some of them they go beyond. Now they don't even want the industry. They just open their own company. Just give me Lambo. Anything you want, they go straight.
Because some men go say, now I go first see before Matt go chop and all that.
Convince me. Let me give you a location. Come, this is my card. Call me. Why me now? We be man. I wear suit. And they look. You just
look. Waiting man do man. Esikuro.
Well,
what thing happen to use what you have to get what you want?
Well, use what you have to get what you want is a very good idea intellectually. Yes, not
apply for everything.
Go say you want to sell your body. You understand? And then he say one go say, say most men are before. If you say you naked, gonna just fall for you.
But these people they say what?
Some of us still have integrity.
Few of us.
Yeah.
The 2% of the 2%. The 2% of the 2% of men
of the society.
Yeah, we still have that integrity. You understand? Because how will a girl come to your office dressing like wearing a very short skirt? Her cleavages are exposed. She's not even putting on. What's it called? Is it bra or shimmy and all that? Brazier and all that. Brazier is not the old version.
No, they don't wear anything. And they always have secrets. They want to tell you something in your ear.
Then you come and you say hello.
And they come bend like this.
Imagine saying you meet your client. Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Please, will you like to get this? It's okay. It fits your personality and all that. So, and a lot of men they fall. So please,
if you're a man with dignity and integrity, as you say,
it's just to avoid it. That's just
the woman fit come sell her market and go without you taking advantage of her.
It's better for her to do it on Zoom.
Not the Zoom when I do for pastor say no.
Bad man, it's for Zoom. So you go say no one. Anytime I zoom around, Zoom together.
I'm not impressed.
Bad man, I'm not impressed. I need you to market it physically to me, but people should be guided. And another thing we say, owners of companies they put pressure too much on their workers.
They don't mind. They just want to
most especially bank. They like saying na bank own don't even come.
Now because we know the 2 year and real estate.
They know they carry social media. They carry social media.
And then they come out and cry as others cry.
Now those who really say, one came to my office, I walked out.
Oh, you go. Don't be smart, you walked out. All right, what about the conversation given? And I can tell us what I think about this and where pastor don't come account or say anybody where they using body, they get what they want. Say, makes sense. Say, now demonic. Make I even use the word when you using. Say, it's demonic. But what do you think? Some people go say, waiting there, use what you have to get what you want. Some people go say, hairdressing not supposed to be your problem. Buy what you want, buy, and leave hairdressing alone. Waiting you think. And then without tell when I say yesterday, oh, shoot to me, I shoot to you, be happen for Osun State against the convoy of Governor Adeleke. And then police don't come and come talk, say, no be Adeleke, they been the target, say, na Davido. Davido don't come and come talk, say, no be me and my family, they been the target, say, they do their own thing outside there, waiting when I think. We also don't tell when I say President Bola Ahmed Tinubu don't come and come talk, say, all the money where EFCC don't recover, say me then channel them, send them to NEL fund. Waiting me NEL fund, and that scheme where they borrow students money. When you graduate, you can't pay back. 08109510951. Hello, good evening. Hello,
Mary Queen.
sir.
Good evening.
Good evening.
MC Justice, good evening.
Good evening.
MC Kura, good evening.
Ndabario.
My name is Barry Digado, I'm the radio governor. For Gukana and Dabe, Barry Digado, I'm the radio governor. Well, I talk about the one where our president say, made a channel all the whole money where EFCC recover. Put up for this, is in that fund, that is something we are not mentioned.
NEL fund.
NEL fund. Okay, what about Abacha loot? Where then go channel that one put?
Infrastructure.
Infrastructure. Okay, get infrastructure fund. Okay. Well, all the money not supposed to go there fund. They're supposed to use some, support our budget. Not the way we will continue to borrow money. That means you're not even supposed to borrow money again. If to say all the old money will FCC they recover, then they use and do so. We're not supposed to be borrowing. Then as for the one way then shoot gun for Davido convoy, Davido come and say no be him them in the say them in they do their thing. How police take no say na court people?
They don't do their investigation.
They don't do the investigation.
That yesterday.
Then do the thing fast too. Police, Nigerian police where I know. The thing fast too. Oh wow. Well, those people I hope say they don't then go carry them go court now. Not be so.
Definitely.
Then go face the law. Thank you very much.
Thank you too. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening, my queen.
Good evening. Where to be anywhere they call us from?
My name is Mr. Paul, the customer Road.
Mr. Paul, all the way from Audley Road. Check him out.
So this one I want to talk about this shooting here for
Osun State. Oshogbo, Abi?
Yeah. The video, as much as I like what you do for this election, I like the role in play. It be like say, it be the only focus on ensuring that only Uncle win. As the Uncle win, he don't care about subsequent election will happen again. Even the general election, which is the most important one. Why something like that will happen? Anybody distrust themselves. Those things are, he was the target. So
okay.
Making the job making the job, make people say he was not the target. You understand? So now I want to talk. Make him put him already to make sure say, or should say get fair and fair election. Make him feel we do like that so that other elections will come after that one. People will see behave well.
No problem. Thank you so much. Thank you. Hello, good evening. I don't pick a move.
Yeah, so good day.
Good evening. I German, I the B.
Grammy.
Would they hear you?
Let's say, the one with that pastor talk. The man talk the truth. You understand?
You understand?
The man talk the truth. Honestly, let's say this thing start from restaurant. We move from restaurant to enter hairdressing salon. From hairdressing salon, step up, enter petrol station. From petrol station, we enter bank. From bank, we can enter the... And, brother, again, the kind of color. Maybe one is my dog, you know, easy to control. It's easy to control, and I don't understand. I just say, guys, I'm walking to do one or two advice. You can't be confined every eye. So, now, see. That pastor talk the truth. And I've also written about this. I've also made some posts about this. You understand?
Okay.
See, demon today, okay, is contending with God.
Thank you.
Demon is contending with God.
Thank you.
Beyond, in fact, I go one petrol station for Israel through the year.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Mary Queen.
Good evening. Waiting be on where the call us from.
Yes, so my name is Kingsley calling from Obogoro. I greet MC Justice and
I greet you, brother.
The stew man.
Yeah. Good day, sir. You guys stew?
MC, I greet you, sir.
Hello, sir.
Yes, so my name is Kingsley, like as I said before. Concerning the video and Adeleke and the shooting that happened, my advice to them is they should be very careful, knowing fully well that people will lose election, not today happy. So how they work out, they should be very careful.
Okay.
Then on the side of our president directing EFCC to channel all the recovered money, looted money to Netfund. My dear sister, there's nothing to celebrate here about the recovery and everything. They should tell us how much these people have recovered from during the Obasanjo time, up to Yaradua, to Buhari time, and up to his own tenure now. So, how much are we even talking about here? About only Abacha, how much has Abacha self? Abacha loot, how much is his own? His own is even more than this money self that they are talking about. They are just talking about how many billion, and they want us to be clapping hands for them.
All right.
Thank you for having me, my dear sister.
Thank you for your contribution. Hello, good evening.
Yeah. Good evening.
Good evening, sir. Help us reduce your radio.
I don't mute somebody.
Okay. Wait to be on where the call us from. All the way from Otueka in Bayelsa State.
Yes. Okay, like as I talk for that one, the pastor talk, say anybody in the Igbo is get the find what you want to collect. Say not the money, it's pure truth now, not truth be that. Because that's what God give you, see me, you can go now your brain, now I got to me, you get something legitimately, just like I see cool talk.
Okay.
So now that don't be that. Like, I don't work with a sick company. So those kind of things, they happen, especially when you get fine babies, when they're for the company.
Okay.
So most of our men too, they are they shine well.
They like fine things.
Yes, now they like fine things. So even the day when we go now, so one leave me, come on. They follow men, go Arabanko. Me, I find my way. They don't do your time now. Now the fine ladies, they won't look after. They know they look after men.
Okay, what of okay, make I ask you, you wait on the system before. What of the women where one buy? They look after they look for the men too now.
You mean the women?
Women where home money one buy property too. Not be una wey be the men too go where shimmy go dance for them too.
Men will not do like that. Now women,
Now be the selling point. Okay.
Yeah, now that be the selling point. That's why you say what they only use them. You know now.
I know. I see.
If you don't control yourself, you will go for brand.
Tap.
So now
all right. Thank you so much. Thank you. Hello. Good evening.
Oh, thank God on I pick my call today. Good evening.
Mesoma in the building.
Good. Hey, how are you?
I'm fine.
Chia.
MC Justice.
I greet you. Good evening.
Even though this way they do like this, what would happen with the hungry that I keep?
He's in love with you. He's in love with
lonely.
you. He's falling for the voice.
He's lonely.
What will happen?
You go hear Sugar tomorrow.
All right. This one where Ortin State, the governor, where the one assassinated them, it is the video. Police come dey tell me say na the video where they find. It's not the video waiting for. It's not the video. The video no be human being. Because if the video follow make sure say a brother with a uncle you. That one a statement. Let them go arrest that man and we say made anybody made them kill other party, made them kill opponent. They never they call them. Police no one go call them ask them question. And what
Police don't already ask some question. They invite them. He honor the invitation. They ask some question. They let them go.
I said he can go. He can go. He can go. But it happens to another place. They don't go. It happens to another place. They don't go. You see this country where they call Nigeria. I think that from campaign don't start. Like I see what you see the call because I see what they do. They
have done nail fund now. Are you not hearing that your students, your brothers and sisters cannot go to school? And EFCC will channel all the money there. That is, they can use that one for campaign now. What are you saying?
This because I don't know where we go. I don't know where we head to go. You see this country. And nobody, you see, before now, somebody tell me, they say, you get the time when you go read. People from abroad, they read, they tell us waiting they write from them, waiting they do this thing.
All right, we have to go.
And they want to tell them whole thing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. The last call before SMS. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Marathon.
Good evening. Where to be on where they call us from?
My name is Baruka. I call from Ogun.
Oh, yeah, now check maths. But increase your voice more. You're on radio.
Okay, that's the way that part of talk. No, it depends. So sometimes it's true when they talk like that.
Okay.
You use what to get what you want. Not the church where pastors they use get money than the time.
No be lie, most churches, they are ushers na fine girls. So.
Huh?
I say that truth to talk, it just remind me something. Most churches, they are ushers, they always put fine girls for front.
Yes. Now some fine girls and they because they go to church.
Hey, well, like a fine girl make you go church.
Yes. Not under me, just like the pastors where they talk like that. Not because of church where they use their money. Majority of Nigerians say their money in a pastor.
Okay.
Not the church they get, now can use they get the money. So I need to say when they talk like that.
All right, thank you for your opinion. 0701933992. MC Justice, fire them.
Okay, we got plenty messages. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This money for student loan is radio talk. Now another way to carry money for election. If not true, say the money they for student loan and student they collect and make them they release the name of the collectors per school, just like exam results. John, thank you for your own
John,
thought.
thank you. But that suggestion makes sense too.
Good evening, my people. I them know they channel any funds to nail fund. They are to channel and for election funding. Allegedly, chai. Mr. Fresh, okay.
Wow.
Thank you for your thoughts. Allegedly. All right. Thank
you for your allegedly thoughts.
Good evening. I am a man of dignity, and there is absolutely nothing wrong with using your body to your advantage. It is a survival mechanism and natural to all living things. Lazarus.
Are you serious? Hey, Lazarus.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Is that right?
This is my Queen and Justice. He said, if I may ask, what is the difference between indecent dressing of the estimate girls and members of the big... Okay, you want to write real estate girls and members of the big brothers. Okay, John.
And I met so many people they call for the banning of that show too now.
All right. Good evening, my Queen and Co. Nigeria needs to hold the presidency to give risk account of all the seized funds. The money you mentioned is less compared to Ole Abacha loot. Okay, Chris, thank you for your thoughts.
Thank you.
There.
Thank you.
Okay, let's take this voice note.
Good evening. My name is Take Care. You come from UP something. My brother, that attack, man, I don't mind them. They know what they do, they busy people. I plot that thing. They won't call that name. But God will disappoint their plans. I'll take it from peace Africa.
Thank you so much.
We will like what you send for us. Yeah, all right.
My area, Vidato, my area.
Okay, we'll take this message. Greetings. Not only BBL, dwarf have solutions, which is highness. If you drink alcohol as a dwarf, you go to see skyscraper as one-story building. For me, the BBL phobia, nothing past natural body shape. Okay, thank you very much. Abraham from Rukboko.
Abraham, blessings are us.
Okay, this one from Bright. I said, Oswago, the only thing that will make me praise Tinubu is when he conducts free and fair election that will remove him in office. You go agree? Okay, this one say, I beg, make on okay, I'm not getting your thoughts there. Now we'll go back to other platforms.
Okay, so I take for Facebook. Anele Chibuezim, you talk say the pastor is right. Godwin Onyeche, you say, I want to ask Mr. President, how much is the money recovered before channeling it? Okay. But more use like this few minutes. Most people they hammer on. They're supposed to tell us how much they don't recover, how much they want spend, how much go remain.
For the EFCC.
You understand? Nobody just say all recovered funds. We don't know how much they there. It's just like the one way Oga talk yesterday. He said between 2023 to 2025 for subsidy removal, so we save 15 trillion. Inside that 15 trillion where they talk say they save, they say wages don't consume about 9 point something. That salary increment, you know, say NLC that time be asked for salary increment. Say salary increment and some other things already consume 9 points. And then you can't ask, say, the thing is the dancer willow. What exactly is going on?
Yeah, what you talk no bad. Now we know just this way they just do na summary all recover fund from when they create EFCC.
Because even this 242 billion what I call so not be them mention I'm there. Now people don't go investigate, try to put one and two together, and them they hammer on that one now.
From when they create EFCC don't get several chairmen. Each of them don't recover different.
They should call Nihu Ribadu to tell us.
Yeah, now be the national security advisor. Now they tell us all those money where they send them to, waiting they use them to.
That's true.
The ones where you hand over. Don't be just
is it that they invested it in Bitcoin or
not be small Bitcoin?
They don't invest.
I remember when I talk on a good buy
Abacha, this Abacha money.
Abacha loot when not they finish.
Thank you, but God, I want to say God bless Abacha.
Okay, God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
All right, my darling people, don't mind my MCs. They are doing what they have been paid to do, eh? Like their job now to make you laugh and to make you relax.
Allegedly.
No, be allegedly. I just have to go. So the Prof Ade is already here. He's gonna take over from here. Wanna bye.
In real estate, it's not just about buying land or houses.
It's about buying rights.
At Odibola Properties Limited, we don't just sell land or houses.
We deliver verified properties with the right roots of title.
Because the strength of every property is the root of title, not noise, not unverified claims.
Built on integrity, backed by proven track record.
Odibola Properties, your investment is safe with us. Visit us today at Nyawale Inserim Layout, Tombia Extension, GRA Phase 2 Port Harcourt, or visit our website www.odibolaproperties.com or call 081-551-67904 or 070-655-69887.
Odibola Properties.
Our word is our bond.
FM, voice of the
Maybe
people.
home is somebody's smile when they look at you for the first time. Maybe home is somebody's smile when they look at you for the first time.
Maybe home is being a home to something you love and adore with all your heart, and that is what life